Test, 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 test. I think that's better. One should hope. Thanks for the heads up. Appreciate that. How you guys doing? Jank, Storm, Under, Stefan, what's good? What's good? What's good? I did a system reboot. Every time I do a system reboot, I have to reset all of my Streamlabs settings. So I forgot to do that this time around. But yeah. Oh wow, that's embarrassing. So the entire first section just completely wasn't heard. But yeah, today we're doing some playtesting. Well, actually, I'm gonna see if Neoshock is free to do some playtesting. If not, we'll work on a few other things. But game development has been going solid. Hit a snag with the person who's coding the turn structure and the Nexus Gauge system. But other than that, things seem to be running smoothly, relatively speaking. So we're just going to keep on going with what we're doing. Kasai, I am doing well. Salutations to you as well, my good friend. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a good evening. I hope you guys have had a good week so far. I know it's only Tuesday, but you know, that's something. I had a... Oh, what is that? I had a realization recently. I'm bored. You could play against me, though I will probably not be a good opponent. You know what? Have you learned the rules to a degree? Isaac, what's good, friend? If you've learned the rules to a degree, to be honest, before Neo gets here, rather than playtesting, we could just play for fun. Let's open this up. Right. Let me just pull up the chat on my phone so I can watch it over here. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Right. The degree is small. Okay, so maybe a playtest isn't the best. Oh wait, your birthday's today, Kasai. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, my friend. Congratulations. I was gonna ask how old you're turning, but I know not everyone likes to be asked how old they're turning, so I'll just say congratulations. I hope you have a fantastic day, friend. Let's create the server. Nexus and load, right? What we do in a day? What's good, Solomon? So basically, what's Nexus? So I'll answer both questions. Nexus is a game that I'm creating. It's a digital TCG. Right now it's only in TTS, but I'm in the process of turning it into a mobile app. As for what we're doing today, I want to balance, or not balance, I want to see if I successfully balance the Ancient Melody deck. Ancient Melody was a deck that was created... I made it after Saul showcased just how strong defensive Ancient Beast plays could be. And it was immediately the strongest deck in the format. With cards that all existed before now, we just never realized how good they were. So... I nerfed them a little bit. I didn't nerf the deck itself. There was a generic rune that they used to set up early game, so I took that away from them, which means that they have a harder time setting up now, but it is still a really strong strategy. Totally comfortable. Okay, good. Well, happy 24th, my friend. That's to be honest, you have a lot, because I feel like life got really fun around 23, 24. And like, obviously life is still life, but like 24 is a fun year. I don't know why I like the number 24 more than I like the number 25, but yeah, that's it. I know the rules in theory. In theory. Well, you know what? While we wait for Neoshock, we might as well give it a shot. I'll give you a deck. Ancient Melody. I'll play Ancient Melody, and I'll give you... What would be the easiest deck to have you try? That's my resource deck. These are my ID cards. Ancient Asylum. A mirror match might actually be better. Minos Gladiators is tricky. What's in... Maybe I give you Nat's deck. Nat's deck isn't the... It's Gladiators, Ancient Beasts, which isn't too difficult. I only played once in actuality so far. I'm trying to think what would work the best, and I don't actually know. I don't actually know. Maybe we wait. Maybe we wait, because despite being the one who made the game, I'm not that good. I'm not that good at teaching people. I'm not that good. I'm not that good. If Neoshock was here, I would say that, well, we're waiting for Neoshock to get the playtesting done. But somehow Neoshock and Zane are better at me than explaining the rules of my own game, which is a problem. But in any event, I feel like we will struggle. If you go by how fast you experience time, 0 to 25 is half your life because the rest goes by faster and faster. Wait, it gets faster than this? That shouldn't be the case. Yo, Zane, how you doing, bro? What's good? What's good? I will... Oh, wait, and the music. Right? Bro, you got us for some reason. True. H is supposed to be a teacher. Exactly! Oh, today was, you know, I'm not even upset about how today went. Today was just a long work day. As you can see, I didn't even change. It was just a long work day. I usually don't change, to be fair. Bro, kids can be, I mean, God bless them, but honestly, those little assholes, man. You would think that people in year 11 about to do their GCSEs would take it more seriously. Like, I had to give, I don't know if most countries have, like, behavior point systems. I was teaching a class today. I just kicked 2 kids out. I was like, leave. Just get out. I can't. Oh, bro. I was pissed off. I forgot about that. Today was not a fun day. Today was not a fun day. I was working on some stuff for my dislike guild. Okay, vibing. That's good. Right? As a child, if a day felt like forever, for an old man, it's a blink of an eye. I don't like your philosophy. It hurts my brain. Hold on. Let me spread this out. Right, move this over. Of course, time feels faster the longer you live because a single day is less percentage of life lived. But like, does that, because that seems like diminishing returns is the wrong word, right? Because if time is going by, like, how do I put it? Yes, there's more time that you have consciously experienced, but like, I don't know. That just seems like a weird concept to me. That seems like a weird. I'm probably wrong. I could be very, very wrong. Also, do I want to do something? There's a card here. Zane, and I guess everyone who knows like the game's game. Maxim Opus is a card that says, remove a rank 2 or lower avatar you control from the game to increase the value of your Nexus gauge by its rank cost. You have 1 less rank cost summon per turn. So if normally you can summon 3 cards per turn by reducing your life points by a certain amount. What this card says is, hey, remove that card from the game and regain the life points. Now I limited it to rank 2 or lower because if you can get a rank 3 back, if you can remove a rank 3, then you can gain a lot of life points. However, now when you remove a card from the game, it no longer counts towards the synergy rating of your deck, so that is a very costly maneuver. Should you be able to remove rank 3s to get 200 back in your Nexus gauge, or is it being rank 2 or lower okay? Did that make sense to people who didn't fully understand the rules of the game? I don't know. Tell me if it did, because I'm trying to consider, like, you have 1,200 life points to spend. It costs 200 to summon a rank 3 card, 100 to summon a rank 2 card, and 50 to summon a rank 1 card. Just trying to see. Rank 2 or lower seems more balanced. That's sort of what I'm thinking. It's just like, the only reason why I'm second guessing it is because of how removing from the game now works, where it's like, okay, if a card is removed from the game, it no longer counts towards your deck synergy, and if your deck synergy ratings aren't met, none of your effects can be activated. Which means it is a hefty cost already, but yeah, there's no pressing need to buff it. I feel like it's good. Like, it's good as is, so it doesn't necessarily need to be stronger. Because the highest SR cards are usually rank 3 cards, so it might not even affect you most. True. No, okay. I take it back. You're right. Because, like, for example, if every card in the deck has a synergy rating of 6, like Reapers, the highest card, the rank 3, probably has a synergy rating of 7. So if you just remove that card from the game, the rest of the deck works fine. I mean, without Umbrage, the deck will fall apart anyway, but still, I do agree with you. That is a fair point that you've made. Okay, so yeah, that's just the one thing. I think I have balanced the Ancient Melody deck. I think the Ancient Melody deck is a lot more... Okay, no, that's a lie. I think I have adjusted the balance of the Ancient Melody deck. I don't know that the problem is solved as of yet. And I think... Yeah, I think the thing to do is to test it before trying to touch it again and see if it's actually in a good spot. Also, rank 3 has highest attack, so if you remove rank 3 with like 50 attack left, it's a lot of value gained. All valid points. All valid points. You know what? I take it. By the way, my accountant, he was stupefied when I showed him how much money I've spent on this game so far. Like, not just the game, the entire process of Summoner's Nexus. This endeavor has to be successful, because if not, color me foolish. Because it is, if I, in fact, no, it's not a good idea to open the entire transaction list on stream. But like, it is over the last 2 years, since April 2020, April 2020, bro, it's been, I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, so while we wait, what we can do is, the balance of all of these cards is absolutely fine. I think the next thing to start looking into is the balance of the incoming cards, right? The cards that are immediately set to enter the game will make it successful no matter what. That's the mindset. That's the mentality. That's the mentality. You pour everything into it, and when that runs out, you pour in more. Right? So, scrolling down, the very next card that's supposed to be added in is the very next set of cards that's supposed to be added in is the Shadow Walker subset. I think that can be looked at in the time being, and that might be the best way of going about this evening's bout of game dev, just preparing the next set of cards. Because honestly speaking, the base set of cards, all good. The coding is now what's in issue, and then obviously finding things in the base set that are too powerful where they arise, so the testing aspects of it, right? But Shadow Walkers, if I'm not mistaken, broken. just broken, because the game when they were designed and the game right now are so far apart. I remember that I took a look at it for a little bit, but let's have a look through. So this was a control-oriented subset that makes use of runes and monster effects to swap between the summons currently in they were still called summons at this time. Gearstream, how you doing, friend? What's good with you? They were still called summons at the time. Because before, instead of avatars, that's what we called them, summons, change to avatars, replace all, right? So that's one change. When attacks are declared to break the momentum. Okay, so this deck doesn't work at all anymore, actually. They activate these effects when attacks are declared to break the chain of momentum before launching counterattacks. That just straight up doesn't work. The Nexus gauge is conserved by summoning higher ranked monsters by way of these effects. That part is still true. So, the effects read like this. If a Shadow Walker monster you control activates an effect, use this card as material. Oh, nope, that one doesn't count. This one. Oh, they have Ascensions. They have Ascensions. Can Shadow Walkers come out first? I don't actually know. So, Smokescreen. During this wave, the number of runes you control is hidden from your opponent. Also, your runes cannot be targeted by effects during this wave. If this effect is activated, return this card to your hand and summon a Shadow Walker card with a name other than Shadow Walker to the scout from your hand. So, the idea is with this deck that you have, well, you can only have 5 of them in your hand at a time, but you've got all these different monsters that do all these different things. They activate, they go back to the hand, and they just shuffle between each other. I've just realized that this has an Ascension mechanic within it, so it might not even actually fit into Year 1. Year 1 is supposed to be the combination-focused decks, but I could have sworn that this deck had a combination in it, so maybe this just needs to be future support. We'll see, right? Now, I don't actually add. I need to add 4 more runes to this. Why? I hate when I leave notes for myself to just include more work. Past Saul is actually the worst. He just leaves me more work. I've just written add 4 more runes to this subset for no reason other than, well, I'm sure I had a reason at the time, but I was probably just too lazy to fix it. And you know what? I'm still too lazy to fix it. So I'm gonna leave that as a problem for future Saul. Now, Past Saul is a dickhead. To be honest, yes. Yes. What else do they do? When this effect is activated, reveal any runes your opponent has in play. They remain revealed throughout the duration of this wave. This is really strong. Just revealing all face downs. I remember Past Saul saying, but that's a problem for future Saul. It's a vicious cycle. It's a toxic loop that we have between us, right? You can add 4 more runes after you rework the entire thing to work in the new rules. True. So, I guess now we focus on reworking, right? Alright, so, Reveal any runes. So the whole theme of this is they're spies, they're ninjas, they're shadow walkers, right? They step lightly and jump back up to the hand, disappearing like Race. Now, I can kind of appreciate the idea of compromised intel. When this effect is activated, reveal any runes your opponent has in play. They remain revealed throughout the duration of this wave. I feel like for the very first set coming into the game, a reveal all is too strong. And that's not to say like, oh, it's broken. I don't think that that's broken, but I would like to gradually get to that level of like, okay, field knowledge, right? I feel like this should be a reveal 1, right? Reveal a rune your opponent has. When this effect is activated, and I'm gonna make it, okay, here's the power behind it. It'll be non-targeted. It'll be non-targeted. That way, if your opponent wants to try and well, if they activate it before you do this, and it's a toss-up anyway. But in any event, when this effect is activated, reveal a rune your opponent, reveal a rune your opponent has in play. That rune, that card remains revealed throughout the duration of this wave. I feel like that's not necessary to say. That's not necessary to say. And then this should be a when. When this effect is activated, return this card to your hand and summon a Shadow Walker card with the same name. No, with the name other than Shadow Walker. Instead of saying, return this card to your hand and summon another Shadow Walker card from your hand. Yeah, that's it. Summon another. God, the game has gotten so much more simple and I love it. Another Shadow Walker card from your hand. Easy, right? I would say reveal both maybe. What do you mean? Or reveal one each. Add this wave at the end of first sentence. When this effect is activated, reveal a rune your opponent has in play. When this effect is activated, return this card to the end and summon another. Why I don't know if it needs to be this wave is because the runes get revealed at the end of the wave anyway, right? So the rune remaining revealed doesn't really need to be a feature, is what I would think, right? At the end of the first sentence. So when this effect is activated, reveal a rune your opponent has in play this wave, right? It would just be an activated. Nothing like honestly, the text cleanup has been great, right? The text cleanup has been great. So when this effect is activated, reveal a rune your opponent has in play. Right? I feel like it's just an informational effect. More plays for misplays if you forget. Exactly, right? If you forget what the rune is, tough titties, right? I'm sorry. Right? So you see the rune, you get to check it out, you confirm that you've seen it, so that way it's not like, oh, it disappeared before you got to see it, and then boom, that's the end of it. And I feel like that is a balanced effect. Compromised intel, when it's activated, reveal the rune, and then whoosh, you're out of there, right? Now, smoke screen. During this wave, the number of runes you control is hidden from your opponent. I feel... Is that okay? Because that's going to be confusing. There are effects that activate specifically based on how many runes are on the field. And I feel like in terms of the game code, that will be confusing to put in place, right? During this wave, the number of runes you control is hidden from your opponent. Also, your runes cannot be targeted by card effects during this wave. I would say instead of that, during this wave, you can activate a rune from your hand. Yeah? That doesn't really fit the smoke screen aesthetic, though. That doesn't fit the aesthetic. That doesn't fit the aesthetic. Yo, questions, how you doing? What's good with you? Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute, friend. How are you? Right? How can you hide runes? I don't really know. Like my opponent getting countered by Lost Winds that he saw I set. Exactly. Right? I didn't ever check out the Harpy lore. I kept the word count. Wait, you finished? You finished? I didn't realize. Okay, you know what? Pause. I'm dumb. You finished your lore. Saul has finished his lore. Why haven't I looked over the stories? Okay, yo, Duelist, how are you? Look, everyone's coming out of the woodwork. How are you, Fred? It's been a minute. Yeah, same idea. You throw a bomb from hand. Okay, maybe this is an activation from hand. Maybe this is an activation from hand. Smoke screen. I liked the idea of things being hidden because it's a smoke screen, but instead maybe it can be a smoke bomb, smoke grenade. We have a rune called smoke grenade. Smoke bomb, shuriken, knife. Why did that get worse and worse? Normally when I just spit ideas out, eventually one sounds good, but that just got worse and worse progressively. That's what she's, wait, hold, what part? What part of what I said is what she said? I made out an infinite potential archetype lore 2 days ago. True, right? Like literally Zane, the lore that Zane came up with literally is endless because he came up with a subset that is basically like, I want to say Shadow's, but I like this version better where it's just infected versions of other cards. It's so cool. It's so, you finished? Yeah, that's fitting. That's fitting. That is fitting. Smoke bomb. Smoke bomb. Why not keep it smoke screen? I don't know, smokes. Activating a rune from a hand doesn't feel like a smoke screen kind of thing. Am I being silly? Maybe I'm just being silly. Smoke screen. So it would be, during this wave, you can activate a rune from your hand. During this wave, you can activate a rune from your hand. Also, your runes cannot be targeted by effects during this wave. I feel like that's okay. If this effect is activated, return this to your hand. I'm just gonna copy this straight up. Right? Because all of them say that, and it's stupid. Alright, yeah, better. Better. Smoke rune? Camo bomb? No. No. Flashbang! Ooh, I like flashbang. I like flashbang. By the way, in the TCG scene is a new card game called Battle Spirit Saga that's having a really big launch. Yeah, I've been seeing ads for Battle Spirit Saga everywhere. I've been taking notes because I want to see like how they launch, how big they do it, because their marketing push has been intense. I take notes for various indie games that come out and like card games, everything that's relevant. That's what I spend most of my time sort of like looking into. I've been keeping a close eye on Battle Spirit Saga. I have no intention of playing it, but I'm gonna study the hell out of it. Sneak rune? No. Pocket sand? Almost no. Brandon, how you doing, bro? What's good with you? As you can see, we're having a little brainstorming session. I got distracted again. I want to do this, but I also want to look at the lore. I feel like, should today be a lore session? I feel like today could make for a solid lore session, actually, because I haven't heard back from Neoshock. I wanted to test out the balance, well, not balance, but the changes that were made to the Ancient Melody deck. But this could be fun. But it is pure TCG, right? No online play, etc. No, I'm pretty sure it's a pure TCG, like a physical trading card game. But I think, so when they launch, they're doing like a $50,000 prize tournament or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. And I want to see how well that goes for them, because if that is the case, like if that really do be doing like that, just to get people interested and get them to actually give the game a try, a cash prize tournament on release might actually be like the vibe. But again, that's for way later. I'm just studying at this point to see how other people are playing the game. Their game, not my game, right? Right, yeah, it's $150,000, not $50,000. What am I thinking, right? I've been thinking about like, okay, is there a way to make a prize pool happen? But again, that will come later, and if there's a publisher involved, maybe, or some other degree of funding, that's when I'll think about those kinds of things. So what I'll do is one assumes. Why did I not see this? You posted this like 6 days ago. Okay, all right, everyone gather around. We're here to judge GearTube. We're here to judge GearTube. I'm really excited. I always love getting new lore. Okay. I'm glad I'm streaming for this as well. I'm signed in as this. That's fine. I'll be signed in as this. All right. So, I want to put the volume down a bit, so I can hear a bit more clearly, right? So, lore time. A good story, man. Judge me good. Let's do it. It's a TCG, not a mobile app, so it's a lot different. True, like for example, our game is going to be a lot more accessible to people when it comes out. All they have to do is download it, whereas for Battle Spirit Saga, people have to go out and buy the physical cards, then go meet people physically to play, so on and so forth. So it's going to be way different, to be fair. I just like to take notes wherever I can. I'm new to this stuff, but good luck, my bro. Questions? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Right? Good luck with Laura. I'm going back to my work. Go for it. Good luck, my friend. All right, so let's take a look at this. A forest of feather and weather. Once during a long time before ours, there was a forest that was the center of everything that was. I like your use of language here. Already it sounds fantasy-esque, right? It sounds fantasy-esque rather than modern. The life that flowed through the forest was peculiarly... dyslexia is it's a demon. Okay. What did I just do? No. Okay. During the life that flowed through the forest was peculiar, with all manner of whimsical creatures that took residence within the cozy canopies. Although one kind of creature stood tall above the other forest... Why am I struggling to read so much today? I usually am a lot quicker. Although one kind of creature stood tall above all the other forest dwellers, their beauty striking and otherworldly. Yet they harbored a deep ferocity and haughty nature. The Harpies, as they've come to be known as, were the true rulers of the forest. Okay, so the Harpies were a fey creature that appeared as human women, but with broad wings instead of arms and dagger-like talons where humans' feet should be. No two Harpies were alike, however. While some may bully and terrorize other forest residents, the other Harpies live in harmony with their neighbors. Okay, so this entire section has set the scene for us. Right? How many words is this, by the way? Tools, word count. It's shorter than I was expecting. Okay, all right, let's take a look at this. How long is this then? Down to here. How much have we actually covered in this? Word count, only 134. Okay, fair. I'm here for it. They got a big channel like Game Theory to sponsor them? To sponsor them or to review it? Alright, vibing. Real short in case you needed adjustments? Fair, smart. I'm here for it. That being said, the Harpy's very own hierarchy is very cutthroat. I would say that this section isn't needed. So I'm gonna mark this. If this comes into play later, awesome. But if it doesn't, I would say that sentence didn't really add anything to my experience as a reader yet. That being said, the Harpies' very own hierarchy is very cutthroat. The Harpies divide themselves into high courts, with the most powerful and magically talented Harpies sealed at the top of their social hierarchy. So my gut reaction to that was, okay, a whole hierarchy, what's going on? We've only got 5 Harpies, but a hierarchy system opens the door to more Harpies existing, which is cool. So fair enough, let's keep going with it. Yo, Brandon, have a great rest of your night. Take care, bro. Take very good care. Now, let's keep looking. Harpies divide themselves into high courts, with the most powerful and magically talented Harpy seated at the top of their social hierarchy. The high courts of the Harpies are divided into 4 major groups. The Midsummer Court, the Ooh! Why only 4? Aren't there 5? Midsummer. So the Harpies are... Summoner's Nexus. Why only 4? Aren't there 5 Harpies? Harpy subset, where are you? Right? Okay, so you have Anka the Lady in Fire, Caladrius in Snow, Carpo in Autumn, Ostara in Spring, and Shangyang in Rain. I think Rain was the one that wasn't there. There's 4, but you'll see... Okay, let me trust the process. Alright, let's go. The High Courts of Harpies have long since squabbled and bickered over territory. I like this. Within the forest, and those territory disputes are often felt throughout the forest. So is what you're saying that instead of... Okay, so you're saying that there's multiple Harpies of every type, rather than it just being you have these 5 harpies. That's very different from what I was expecting. I think so far I'm here for it. So rather than it being Anka being the harpy of fire, you have multiple fire harpies, and Anka just happens to be the representative that we have, is the vibe that I'm getting. But let's see. Each high court affects the forest in dramatic ways, plunging their territories into an internal season that reflects their preferred weather. The Midsummer Court brings scorching eternal summer. The Harvest Court brings the cool and bountiful spoils of the land in an eternal autumn. The Frostbite Court plunging the forest into an everlasting winter, sapping all the wind and icy breezes. And the Blossoming Court blesses the land with warm wind and the forest causes the forest to bustle with life. Now, I want to double check something. Divide themselves. Through territory. Those territory disputes are often felt throughout the forest. So, okay. The only thing I would say for this is, you've already stated it, but the language here sort of makes it seem like each group affects the entire forest. I know that before you stated that they plunge their specific territories into their preferred weather. However, the Frostbite Court plunging the forest in an everlasting winter, sapping all the life from around. Again, the description there is beautiful, but it sort of gives the vibe that they're doing it to the whole forest rather than just their territory. So I would say change the word forest. Change the word forest here to territory, so we know that it's just their section that has that type of weather, right? Each court has laid claim to several parts of the forest, the Midsummer claiming the south, the Harvest being from the west, Frostbite being north, and Blossoming comfortably residing in the east. Cool. The balance of the forest seemed set in the very stones found within. Yet there was always one thing that disrupted all the goings-on of daily life in the forest. An endless torrent that would drown the forest for days on end, until the culprit who caused the rains decided her visit was over. Oh! So Shang Gang isn't part of the main group. A harpy who has the capability to pelt down on other harpies with heavy, razor-like rain is none of... The harpy who has the capability to pelt down on other harpies with heavy razor-like rain is none other than Shang Gang, the Lady in Rain. An endless torrent that would drown the forest for days on end until the culprit who caused the rains decided her visit was over. I don't like this sentence. I don't like this one. The harpy who has the capability to pelt down on other harpies with heavy razor-like rain. I feel like that's too on the nose. I would just go straight to she who is not confined to the psychopathic? That's what that says. Is that how you spell psychopath? Am I crazy? I feel like I've never seen this word before. Psychopathic dealings with the high courts and travelers at her own discretion with no heed to territories. Okay. This of course brings great distress to the many ladies of the high courts, but her presence often drags out the most powerful ladies of each high court. Okay. So I would say just make them queens. Just make them queens or rulers of some kind, right? I would say to just make the main 4 the rulers of their specific territory and element. Comment, right? Hello, I'll be in and out sporadically due to work. Not to worry, so welcome, friend. It's implied through territory disputes. It is implied that they try and take from others unclaimed parts. Fair. Psychophant, I see. Psychophant, a person who attempts to gain advantage by flattering influential people or I see. Sycophantic. I pronounced it wrong and it confused myself. That's like sycophant. Okay. I know I've heard that word anyway, so that makes me feel better. It is not an uncommon occurrence for Shang Gang to do battle with Anka and Caladrius, whilst Ostara and Capo mold the land to push out Shang Yang before she can do real damage to their territories. Countless times, Shang Yang has fought with each High Lady, and countless times Shang Yang scrapes by through her rain's heavy droplets, weathering down each lady long enough for Shang Yang to fly away. The only... Oh! I feel like it would be really cool to just mention, not look like an entire line of dialogue, just like a subtle mention. Something like, for as each court had adapted to the whims of their element, whatever, of their elements, so had Shang Yang, her wings uninhibited by the rainfall. Just a cool mention like that. It's like, okay, it makes it make more sense, because my question was, why would Shang Yang be able to fight all of them? And it's like, well, if she's making it rain and she's the only one who can fly in the rain, that's really, really cool. I feel like that creates a really cool interaction between them. The only High Lady who often stands to fully stop Shang Yang is Anka. The fierce flames that are produced by Anka often give her a chance to push through and get on even footing with Shang Yang, but Anka falls for one simple trick each time. Anka fights with reckless abandon and heated fury. Shang Yang dances about, toying with Anka before she strikes at her wings, sending Anka plummeting to the earth below. So I think that this is cool. I think this is a very cool concept, fire being able to fight the rain. I would say that the reason for this, right, the reason for this might be because the heat of her flames causes the rain to evaporate before it can dampen her wings, right? So the heat around her just makes it impossible for rain to touch her, which is what allows her to keep on fighting. I feel like that's a cool concept as well. Each defeat Anka suffers, she erupts in a violent explosion that ravages the surrounding forest, but is quickly extinguished by Shang Yang's rains as she flies away from a battered and seething Anka. Despite the more dangerous battles between Anka and Shang Yang, the other High Ladies more often than not seek to drive out Shang Yang with fights that leave the other ladies bruised and soaked. Okay. Alright. So, hey, yo, Bokai, how you doing, bro? What's good with you? I am well. By the way, I'm wanting to completely redo the Mech-Star cards from the ground up based on the new lore. I'm just waiting for your input before I proceed, so I have a bit more of direction. It's good that you've mentioned that, because I'd like to take a look at the lore for that after I've taken a look at this effectively. I've decided that I'm just gonna go through everything because I haven't had time to sit down and record a video, so having it on a stream, next best thing. The balance of the Force is incredibly fragile, and each High Lady stands to upset that balance. Although disputes between the High Courts themselves can be messy, with an outsider that doesn't conform to High Court formalities, the results can be violent. Rumor has even spread that among the Lesser Harpies that Shang Yang might not only be Rumor has even spread among the Lesser Harpies that Shang Yang may not be the only outsider. There have been sightings of parts of the Forest experiencing odd weather despite no High Lady being found. It's unknown if the Forest itself is reacting peculiarly to... I like this! I like this! Even more Harpies as strong as the High Ladies are simply evade. So you call them High Ladies instead of Queens? I feel like a different word. Maybe not Queens. Because it is the my lady. High Ladies. A lady of the court. Her, your honor, her honor, your, she, majesty. Nope. My lady. Maybe we just call them the ladies. Maybe we just call them the ladies. I can't really think of anything, because I now see what you were going for. Rather than them being queens, them being ladies, them being High Ladies, because they all have lady in their name. I do like that quite a bit. So having them be of a high social status rather than just being outright queens is cool. Or if even more strong, the Forest still has many secrets and many residents that the residents have yet to discover. The High Ladies themselves often keep so much knowledge to themselves that whispers of the High Ladies' powers have come into question. Although many of those whispers are quickly dismissed, and on rare occasions, the one that spreads the information may end up disappearing by the night. Even still, despite many internal conflicts, beautiful smiles that hide that hide insidious intent and outsiders throwing another wrench in power plays and backroom deals. The Harpies have laid claim to the forest. The forest, however, will still find balance. This part I don't really love. I don't really love this part because it feels like we've lost focus, right? The forest still has many secrets. I mean, that line is fine because it follows from this, right? The potential for other outsiders. Because up until now, the focus has been, okay, outsiders. Yes, we're all fighting for control, but oh, look, we have a joint problem. Outsiders. And that sort of seems like it's a driving force of the story. Adding this next level of intrigue of like, okay, them keeping knowledge to themselves and them being questioned, that feels like an entirely different story coming into the fold of this story, right? And then people disappearing in the night, like that's a wild bomb to drop at the end. And it feels very far removed from what's been happening up until this point. Despite many internal conflicts, beautiful smiles that hide insidious intent. Yeah, this whole thing about like insidious intent and like this potential malice and everything, I can see it existing. It just doesn't feel like it exists. It would exist naturally as part of this story. Oh, yo, Neoshock, how you doing, bro? What's good? You're here. You were cooking? All right, Canon here, Shane Gang. Allow it, court lady. Yeah, members of the aristocrat. We'll find a word for it, but I kind of get what they were going for. Neo, are you down to test today, my friend? Even still, despite many internal conflicts, beautiful, but another power plays and backroom deals, the Harpies have laid claim to the forest. The forest, however, will still find balance, even with as many influences as there are. For time solves all problems. Though do not let the high ladies hear of such speak, or you may find yourself at the end of a gorgeous set of talons ready to strike. Travel light and keep your eyes to the sky, so the Harpies watch over the forest with hawk-like eyes and wait for a virtue of the patience. Okay. I feel like I enjoyed it more. Wait, are these two different ones? It is a different. Oh, wait, no, this is just the header. This is just the header, right? Yeah, I feel like this section to me sort of didn't hit as hard, right? I get the idea of like, okay, in aristocracy and everything, but that doesn't really feel like an idea that developed. It sort of feels like we set the stage, then we were like, okay, all of the ladies are fighting, but something throws a wrench in all of that fighting, and that's Shang Yang. And then Shang Yang becomes the focus, and she's flying around, she's making it rain, she's giving everybody a hard time because she's the outsider, right? But then she kind of just leaves. It's like, okay, and then she comes, screws with Anka, and then dips. And like, if that's her like thing, that's fine. I think that that's a cool little like premise for the story. If anything, it could center around the conflict that so we start by talking about the general conflict and then say that falls to the wayside as a result of Shang Yang. But then coming back down to not even a general conflict between the different factions, but the ladies themselves being malicious towards their own members potentially, that's where I'm like, okay, we've added a whole different level of intrigue. This feels more like an Attack on Titan-esque plot where we're dealing with the levels of like aristocracy and intrigue than anything else. So I would just cut this. I would just cut this, right? So yeah, the balance is fragile, results can be violent. Rumor has even spread that Lesser Harpies, she might, so again, we're still on the outsider. Sightings that it is unknown if the force is reacting in particular, or even if more Harpies stronger than everyone. The force is, yeah, and this could literally be where the story ends, right? This could literally be where the story ends, right? The end and beginning is nice. To be honest, I'm not a fan of the very last bit. I'm fine with the rest, though. I think the rest is solid in its concept. The only thing is nothing really happens in this story. It's more like a descriptive story than a narrative story. That's not that nothing really happens. It's we get the background, okay, this is the forest. Then we find out that, okay, there's fighting in the forest, but again, that's more world building than plot. It's like, okay, this is we're still setting the stage. Then we learn about Shang Yang, and in a sense we're setting the stage, but she's sort of the driving force. She's sort of the plot coming in and being like, hey, she just screws with people and leaves, right? And that could just be a whimsical little tale. It's not like this climactic battle happens. It's not like we're zooming in on one specific exchange between her and Anka. It's not like we're zooming in on the ladies coming together to try and stop Shang Yang. Nothing like that. It's just, here is a world building session. That's what it is. You're a world builder. You're a world builder. You do D&D and everything. It feels like this is more world building than plot driven, and I'm okay with that because again, the different stories have different roots to them, right? The reason to get multiple different writers is to get different tones and different styles. So this being a world building focused story is fine. I've learned a lot about what, like, if I were to walk into this forest, I feel like I would know what to expect. I don't feel like I would know how any specific interaction would have gone, but I would understand my surroundings because you've explained to me what the structure of the world is like. You've got the forest, random mythical creatures, the Harpy factions, they fight each other, they're trying to get control of their territories or this and that, and then Chang Yang comes in, fucks it all up. And she just does that every now and then. So every now and then I would know to expect rain, right? I don't feel like there's an emotional, like, story or plot or drive or connection or anything going on. It's just I understand the world of the Harpies now, and I think that's cool, right? Think of this as my series' ideas. You can get a feel for my writing style. I think that this is cool. I quite like it. So if anything, I would double down on what I think are the strongest parts of this, but more specific on the Harpy stuff. So again, the lore doesn't have to be 2,000 words is what I've been setting as like a baseline, but honestly, I don't know how long each story will be, and not every story has to be the same length. If this story could just be polished a little bit at its current length, I wouldn't hate it. I feel like I would like this section about like the fights to be polished just a little bit, but other than that, genuinely speaking, I think you've hit all the key points that need to be hit with this, right? You've created room for more Harpies to be introduced because more factions can always be added later. You have set the stage for the relationships between the Harpies. And yeah, generally speaking, I think this is a solid piece of work. So it could be made longer, but also because it's a world building story, it's open-ended. Anything we can add to this anytime. It's a really cool style of writing. I'm here for it. Well done. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So Harpy subset lore. I will, you know what? Ping me when you feel like you've updated it, and then I'll add it to the main thing. And then we can move on. So I won't add it in just yet. We'll wait to see, and then we'll carry on from there. Okay, next. Mech Stars. Thank you very much, GearTune. Very good. Neoshock. We will test, but let me get through the lore because I've been meaning to get through the lore for a while. I just haven't had the time to. I want us to do, what time? Oh, it's already 8:30. Yeah, we should have time for one game. Let me go through this and then we can go through maybe one game if you've got the time. Right? Okay. So, long ago, in the far reaches of the cosmos, there existed a group of extraordinary beings known as the Mech Stars. These 8 celestial women, named after cosmic entities and stars, navigated the vast expanse of space in search of knowledge and to catalog planets teeming with intelligent life. Adhara, the leader, drew her power from the brightness of her namesake star, Bellatrix. That was a full stop. Of her namesake star. There's a star named Adhara. Okay. Bellatrix, agile and cunning, took her name from a giant star in the constellation Orion. So they all get their names from stars. Wise and Observant was named after the second brightest star in the night sky. Huh. Took her name from... It feels like these other stars are all being explained, but her star wasn't explained. Took her name from a giant star. Wise and Observant was named after the second brightest star in the night sky. Denebola. I'm just going to call her Ebola. Ebola the healer embodied the characteristics of her star in the constellation Leo. Electra the navigator borrowed her name from Pleiades. That's a lot of words. That's like, and I mean words that I could not say. Not words, letters. Pleiades. This cluster. Lyra, named after the constellation Lyra, which represents the lyre, was a specialist in covert operations. Vega the scientist derived her name from one of the most luminous stars in the night sky. And finally, there was Alcyone, the youngest and most daring of the group, named after the brightest star in the Pleiades cluster, also known as the Seven Sisters. Okay. All right. It's fine. Don't worry too much. Thank you kindly. Right? You're the one with the commitments on it. Fair. Is Mexer archetype already made? Saul's working on it. Ebola do be healing. Listen. It does something, right? The mech stars, each endowed with unique skills, relied on their advanced mech suits, which granted them incredible powers. They could scout and infiltrate undetected, gathering intelligence from across the universe. Autonomous copies of their mech suits allowed them to venture into the unknown Okay, cool, without putting themselves in harm's way. Now, if I'm honest, I read this entire section without reading it. And again, I'm going to be harsh because it's the best. It's we're writing, right? You what was it? You write without fear and you edit without mercy. I didn't care about any of this. The first two names, I was like, okay, cool, stars. I didn't know what half of the other stuff was. I was just waiting to get to the end so I could get back to the story. I don't know if I would give that great of a description for everything. If anything, I would say that each of their names was derived from a star, and then when someone becomes relevant in the story, rather than exposition dumping all of the names and all of the stars, if someone does something relevant in the story, maybe then reference the star that they're based on, is what I would say. Because this entire section was just knowledge that I promise you I didn't retain. If you ask me for their names, I remember Edhara because she was first, and Lyra because I think she might have been last, and that is Bellatrix was somewhere in there, maybe? Beatrix? Beelzebub? Touch wood. I don't know. That's a lot of information altogether, right? So this is Saul's lore and cards, true. When will this game come out? Well, in an ideal world, within the next year and a half, but I have no control over the speed of development because I'm not the one coding it. I'm just hiring the people that are coding it. So, let's say, speculatively, in the next year and a half, one should hope, right? Agreed, I exposition dumped way too much and it's messy and gross to read. Fair enough. Remember, oh yeah, and Ebola, how could I forget about her? So yeah, I would just, oh, I can't edit. Okay, never mind. Anyway, I would, yeah, just cut that paragraph. The Mech Stars okay, I read that. The Mech Stars maintained a strict policy of non-intervention when it came to conflicts between intelligent species. Love it. The primary mission was to preserve the delicate balance of life in the cosmos, only intervening when intelligent life faced threats from non-intelligent life or natural disasters. Throughout their countless missions, they remained unwavering in their commitment to this code. One day, okay, so we've got the backstory. Now I'm getting invested. One day, as the Mech Stars traversed the galaxy, they came upon a planet unlike any they had ever encountered. This blue and green sphere, teeming with life, was home to a highly intelligent species on the brink of self-destruction. Ooh, I like, because again, they intervene when species are, they don't intervene when two intelligent species are fighting each other, but do they intervene when an intelligent species is fighting itself? Let's find out. The inhabitants of this world had developed advanced technologies, but instead of using them for the betterment of their society, they harnessed their power to create weapons of mass destruction. These weapons threatened to annihilate not only their own species, but the entire planet. Now this is interesting, because it's clear that we're talking about Earth here. The story that the actual lore, like that the actual Summoner's Nexus, the world that the Summoner's Nexus story takes place on is Earth, and there is an old world. I don't know how much ancient tech, like ancient weapons of mass destruction would fit in, but obviously that can be tweaked. That's a very minor detail. I think that's fine. As the Mech Stars observed this dire situation from afar, a deep sense of unease settled upon them. They knew that the code of non-intervention forbade them from meddling in the affairs of intelligent species. However, they couldn't shake the feeling that something had to be done to save this world from the brink of annihilation. Why? Why was this different? Because I thought it would be the angle of they don't intervene when two species fight each other, but when a species is fighting itself, it feels sticky, right? But because it's like, okay, how do you decide which species is right and gets to live? But in this situation, it's okay, it's the same species, so they might get involved. But then that comes with its own problems, to be fair, because that gives them a motivation to intervene here. But then the question then arises, wouldn't there have been other worlds where this has happened? Right? Like, Earth can't be the only planet where they have a single species that's dominant and killing each other, right? Which I guess the simple workaround to that is for there to be one exception in their code, but then if you set up the fact that there's an exception in their code, that's just too on the nose. Everyone knows that, okay, so they're going to come across a planet that has this exception. I am 4 sentences into writing doppelganger lore, and I'm stuck on phrasing. Hey, go for it, my guy. Go for it. Right? Stuck on phrasing though. I was about to say ChatGPT, but I've tried working with ChatGPT and it's cool and everything, but it doesn't give me as creative of ideas as I would like. I sort of use it as like a writing assistant, so I don't even know if that would help. I thought you said there's like multiple universes and stuff. So the perspective that I'm taking isn't that there's multiple universes. I guess you could say that, but in reality, think of it like, okay, you have fairy tales in our universe where the lore for each subset is considered like, okay, a myth or a story or a bedtime thing. So not any of it could be true at the same time. Any of it could be X, Y, or Z, but the assumption is that it all happened on this planet at some point in the history of the world so far. Now, this story has to do with outer space, so already it sort of deviates from what we understand of avatars to be true, in that the avatars are gifts from the deity that created their planet. That can be explained away simply by saying, hey, he created some other shit. Easy, right? The only one. Oh, wait. I think I have the answer. Create a loop. Hold on. Not the only example of a planet killing itself, just a first interaction with one. My thing here is, if this is their first, if they've seen other planets have species that killed themselves, why not intervene then? What makes this planet different to make them intervene? Because again, that's convenient that, like, okay, when our story begins, they've just happened to decide to intervene. But here's my idea. All avatars, or all of the Kala, still workshopping the name, but they all originate from the planet Earth. So, rather than starting in space, the story can start with them departing the planet on which they were created. The planet on which they were created could be Earth. They're created, they leave to explore the universe and gather knowledge, do all that good stuff, then thousands of years later come back to find that intelligent life formed on their own planet, and they're killing each other. It's their home planet, so of course there is an incentive to intervene despite the morality of their code. That ties it to the overall lore of the series, while also not correcting, but also plugging that hole of why intervene on this planet and not the others. The planet. This is the first planet they've seen killing itself. It's not a coincidence. The planet isn't this planet because of the story. The story is a story because of this planet. I hear what you're saying, but one, if they've traveled the infinite cosmos, it's weird that this is the first time that they've encountered that kind of conflict. And two, it's clear that this conflict happens on Earth from the description of the planet. So again, for this to be the first time they've experienced that kind of conflict, it's sort of, it's the assumption of intelligence assumes the existence of conflict, right? They've been traveling the universe, and this is the first one that they've encountered. So I get what you mean. This story is only relevant because of the fact that they've encountered the life here fighting, blah, blah, blah. It's about to kill itself. But that still doesn't tell me, in all the other places where they saw conflict where it wasn't caused by this direct thing, why not intervene, right? And so that's sort of what I'm trying to feel is like, okay, what's moving them to take action beyond that first just seeing it, right? Because their code is still their code, you know? Okay, so yeah, that's it. I've never touched ChatGPT. I'm too old to understand the AI stuff. I gave it a shot, and to be honest, it does make for a good writing assistant. It really does. But yeah, so that's it. ChatGPT was used for this, especially at the beginning. Okay, fair enough. I've come to respect it as a writing assistant, is as much as I'll say, because you still have to guide it and put your own ideas down. But like, for example, I've asked it to critique my writing, or for example, I wanted to write a scene where someone kicked someone else. So I got ideas from ChatGPT. How would you describe a kick? And I asked it to describe a kick in different ways. And then I, based on that inspiration, was able to describe how I wanted the kick to sound, right? But I digress. Let's keep going. The once unified mech stars found themselves divided, with each member taking a side. As the debate grew more heated, so yeah, even with the changed beginning part, this can still be true. Because some of them might be like, okay, it's our home planet, we should do something, whereas others are like, nah. The debate grew more heated. The Celestial Chamber became a battleground of clashing opinions and beliefs. What's a Celestial Chamber? Was there a chamber already? Oh, the chamber is where they hang out. Okay, cool. Alright, bet. They hang out in the chamber. Okay. Adhara, the leader, insisted they adhere to their code, while Alkaline, the youngest... Yeah, this is literally a better introduction for them than this. ChatGPT did not do you a favor. This is a way cooler introduction for them. Adhara, the leader, is more than enough of an introduction for her. While Alkaline, the youngest, passionately argued that they cannot stand idly by as an entire world perish. It being their home world gives it a bit more of a grounding weight. I'm now remembering when I was writing, I was listening to my ambience playlist. When I run D&D games and I was listening to Darkest Dungeon OST on another read, I can see it seeped in. Hey, that's cool. That's cool, right? At least you've got the framework, and I feel like that's the most important part, right? Now, let's see here. The once unifying mech stars found themselves divided, with each member taking a side. As the debate grew more heated, the Celestial Chamber became a battleground of clashing opinions and beliefs. The air was thick with tension as friendships that had spanned eons begun to crumble. Yeah, like that's what I sort of meant. Like, if they've been doing this for eons, surely this wouldn't be the first ever time. But again, we've already looked into it. As the conflict escalated, a soft voice echoed through the Celestial Chamber. It was Electra, the navigator, who until now had remained silent. She shared a vision she had experienced in which she can see the future? In which she saw the inhabitants of this planet learning from their mistakes and embracing a future of peace and unity. But this future could only be realized if the mech stars intervened. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna come back to this. Electra's words seemed to resonate with the other mech stars, but the division among them was still strong. Those who favored intervention began to argue that perhaps the code could be adapted, while others insisted that the code was absolute and should never be compromised. I think that can still ring true even with the change beginning bit. I only just realized that this story is way too similar to the Eternals. No, I'd say you're different enough. I'd say I actually prefer this to what the Eternals are all about. The Eternals are all about going to different planets and protecting life and allowing life to build up, and so that way that once they reach a certain population mass, the life can be harvested and then they move to the next planet. These guys are just going all over the place looking for information. They just want to collect data. And I like that take on this, where like, look, they're knowledge seekers, not fighters. But now that it's their home planet that's come into question, and all the tension that could create within the group, where it's like, there were countless times we could have intervened. Why is it now? Isn't that selfish that it's only when it's our home planet that you guys want to intervene? The tension, the conflict, I love it. Those who favored invention began to argue that perhaps the code could be... Okay, yeah, I read that. As the heated arguments continued, Canopus, the wise and observant one, proposed a compromise. Instead of directly interfering with the inhabitants, the mech stars would send a message containing knowledge that could help the species understand the consequences of their actions and make an informed choice. This would preserve the mech stars' commitment to non-intervention while giving the planet a chance to save itself. Is that non-intervention? That feels like cheating. It's like saying, I won't do the test for you, but I'll give you the answers for it. Do I agree with her logic that that is non-intervention? And when I say would the others really see that as non-intervention? Because you're still changing the course of how that intelligent life would function. Because it's more about the intelligence than the actual physical fighting. Let me keep going, right? The mech stars contemplated Canopus's proposal, and though some were still hesitant, they ultimately agreed to give it a try. They worked together to create a message that would convey the importance of peace, unity, and the delicate balance of life in the cosmos. I like it. I just want to know if I agree with it. I can edit now? Okay, cool. Vibing. If they can see the future, why don't they make a utopia wherever they go? We'll come back to that. Also, you're not being ruthless enough, I don't think. I'm willing to rewrite the entire thing top to bottom if that's what it takes. I don't even think that... So, here's the thing. So, unlike with the last one, I feel like the last one had a lot more that needed to be changed. This has a solid foundation. There's just a few things at the back end and, like, in the structure. So, for example, what I've talked about when it comes to them coming from Earth, going out and then coming back, so them being part of like the entire creation process, that way they tie back into the lore, and that can then serve as something that echoes through the rest of the story, right? I'm gonna come, so there are things that I've noticed, but I'm gonna come back to them, right? Adhara used her, so we've already called her the leader, so we don't need to mention that she's, oh wait, maybe I need to refresh to get the edit access. Okay, yeah, I think I've got it. So we don't need to mention that she's a leader again because we've already been introduced to Adhara. I think we only need to do introductions when it's the first time. Use her power to weave celestial tapestry, capturing the beauty and fragility of life in you. That's a really cool sentence. Bellatrix, agile and cunning, helped encode the message in a way that would be understood by the inhabitants of the planet. Why is he agile? What does her agility have to do with her being smart? Also, if they're all machines, I guess one would definitely be more suited to it. Helped encode the message in a way that would be understood by the inhabitants. Then Ebola the healer, imbued the message with the hope that the species would learn to heal their world themselves. That she didn't do anything. She didn't. she just put the power of friendship in it. She didn't do anything. She didn't help. She put a birthday candle on it and asked them to make a wish. That was her contribution. Lyra, the specialist in covert operations, and Vega, the scientist, collaborated to ensure the message would reach its intended recipients without detection. But they want them to detect it. I understand the drive to want every single one of them to help with this, but I don't think every single one of them needs to. This, if anything, seems counterintuitive because who are they trying to keep it from being detected by? They're the spit, right? Unless there's a higher power, which I don't think should be added into the story, that has told them not to intervene. Right, but then that makes it even more like the Eternals. So I wouldn't go that route. I think the route we're on is fine, but in this instance, there's no need to avoid detection. She just put some hugs and kisses in the box. I think the only thing that is needed is the knowledge of the universe and the understanding of the thing. So if anything, I would just say with the blessing of the other mech stars, and now everyone has been included. Right? Everyone has been included. This, in my opinion, just doesn't add anything. Right? It's like a Power Rangers kind of thing. They all come together, but it doesn't fit, in my opinion. Lots of anime bullshit. Okay. That's a ticket. Oh, Nat's here. Don't worry about it. It's all good. But yeah, feel free to hang out. We're just going through some story stuff. Now, finally, with the message prepared, the mech star sent it towards the planet, hoping that it would be enough to make a difference. They watched as the message pierced the atmosphere disguised as a meteor, and waited with bated breath for the outcome. Isn't it more like without being noticed by the other side of the conflict, etc? But that's the thing, the conflict is between humanity, so they're just trying to help humanity as a whole, and all of the mech stars have agreed that they're going to do this, so there's no one to hide the message from. The aim is for all of humanity to understand that life is precious, so there's no real need for it to be decoded. So I don't think it needs to be disguised as a meteor. I would just say hurtling like a meteor, right? Hurtling to the planet's surface like a meteor, and waited with bated breath for the outcome. As the days and weeks went by, the mech stars observed the planet closely, hoping to see signs of change. I would say, as the planet rotated on its axis, endlessly on its axis, because these guys would have no concept of human time. They've been traveling the cosmos. Hoping to see the mech stars observed closely. Observe the species closely, hoping to see signs of change. Slowly, they noticed that their message had not gone unheard. The inhabitants began to comprehend the importance of unity and the consequences of their destructive behavior. The species started to disarm their weapons and redirect their resources towards the betterment of their society. Okay, so they had a Michael Jackson moment. In time, the inhabitants of the planet began to transform the world into a place of peace, harmony, and cooperation. They learned to value life and the environment, understanding that they were part of a much larger and more intricate cosmic tapestry. Witnessing this change from afar, the Mexstars felt a profound sense of relief and gratitude. Their compromise had worked, and they had helped the planet without compromising their principles. I feel like they compromised their principles. They could have done this for other planets. The experience had also taught them the importance of adaptability and the value of seeking new perspectives in times of conflict. United once more, the Mexstars continued their journey through the cosmos. Their bond strengthened by the trials they had faced. They were more determined than ever to preserve the delicate balance of life in the universe and to share their wisdom with the people who needed it most. And so the Mexstars became a symbol of hope and unity, beacon of light. Okay, so here's what needs to change. I mean, humanity doesn't know what it was from, some higher ups in space. I got food, what I missed. We're just going through the story, trying to connect a few dots. It should take a lot more time for terraforming. Heal the world, make it a better place for you. Yeah. Humans didn't use those weapons on them instead of themselves. Crazy. So here, that's what, oh, my chair's broken. Right, I forgot. Here's what I would say, right? It's a very cookie cutter story. However, one thing that cookie cutter was the wrong word, because it's not, I don't mean cookie cutter in the sense that it's basic. I really like the story. The resolution is just like, hey, we chilling, and it's just like, hey, you guys, chill. And then they were like, we finna chill, and that's the whole conflict, which is fine. But the real weight is the Mexstars themselves compromising their code, which is fair enough. But I feel like that compromise has sort of just gone, it was too easy, right? I need to flesh out the tapestry more, what exactly it depicts. The resolution of Mexstar conflict, human conflict, and the story as a whole. No. So that's, I would not go that far, Saul. I think you're being too hard on the story. How many words are we at right now? We're at 1,083. Genuinely, I think you're being too hard on the story. This story does what it's supposed to do, in my opinion, but there are some things that I would change, right? So, going back up. They're talking, they're debating, once unified, as conflict escalated, the soft voice echoed through. This, in my opinion, was bullshit. And I'm being as honest as I can. Where it's like, oh, hey, by the way, I have the power to see the future, and so you have to do what I say. That to me is like, it's okay if she can see the future. It's just, it feels, if anyone's going to have the power to see the future, it would be the Navigator. It's just this power sort of just shows up. It's like, hey, we never knew anything about her seeing the future, and then her being able to see the future is the reason why everyone decides, hey, let's not fight. You get what I mean? You can do the ending like, we decided to help, it worked, without much details and focus more on the conflict part. Exactly, that's one, but also two, I don't think that the conflict should end with humanity agreeing. I feel like that's a less interesting version of this story. I think the more interesting version of this story ending is they make it worse. They make the conflict worse because they give humans more knowledge and more understanding of the universe and the power within, magic, mysticism, all these kinds of things, and so the conflict gets worse, right? As a result of this, they are forced to stay on Earth. They come down from the heavens, and they stay in an effort to right the wrongs that they had created, and so they stop traveling the universe, and that is where, that can be where the story ends. They don't have to fix it, right? They make it worse, and they have to say, that way it makes sense why there are Mexstar cards on the planet for people to find and use, because they stayed after they fucked it up. It's like, and you can have that whole sense of like, I knew we shouldn't have done this. Oh my days. If anything, okay, wait. Come back with me. Hold on. Wait, I need to read what you said. Do you think the Mexstar should physically scrap or just throw verbal hands? Verbal hands is fine. I'm fine with verbal hands. Right? It would be better if everyone looked at her for her opinion because they knew she has visions. So, let's work through this piece by piece. The once unified Mexstars found themselves divided, with each member taking a side as the debate grew more heated. Celestial Chamber became a battleground of clashing opinions and beliefs. The air was thick with tension as friendships that had spanned eons began to crumble. Take Elektra out of the equation. Take Elektra out of the equation. take Elektra out of the equation. She shared a vision that she had experienced, blah 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 blah. Lovecraft type beat. Humans weren't built for that cosmic level of knowledge. Exactly, right? I would say take her out of it. I think one of two routes is more interesting, and I don't know which. Either while everyone is fighting and they agree to maintain the code, and it's like, okay, we're not breaking the code, we just watch. And then Adhara herself creates this message and sends it to them with the hope of making a change happen, because them just agreeing like, oh yeah, it's just a little compromise, to me that's no. If you're breaking your code, you're breaking your code. Be about what you're about. So she knows she's going against the code, but hoping that it's bending rather than breaking, hoping that it makes it better. The other mech stars find out, and the people who are on the side of, oh, let's help, are excited. The ones who are against it are like, what? Hey, Adhara, what the hell? You're supposed to be the leader. They're like, okay, let's watch and see what happens. And then it gets worse. So she's the one who's like, hey, we have to go down. But then that can create a conflict between the mech stars. Or the other version of that conflict is, Adhara as the leader is already on the side of helping. She's convinced to help by the youngest one, and just overrules everyone. It's like a veto. Like, this is what we're doing. We're going to help. This is the plan. If it goes wrong, put it on me, right? I think Adhara should be the central force rather than it being someone else coming out of somewhere else, right? I would say one of the two is the best way of going about it. Either she's not on the side of it, but then she acts like she's not on the side of it because of the code, but her morals and emotions, she feels for her home planet, so she's like, okay, no, I'm just gonna sneak something in there, and then it goes wrong, and kaboom. Or she's convinced to already be on that side, and makes everyone go along with it. This has more emotional weight, this is simpler and easier to digest, right? Depends on what you want, you pick your poison, right? So I think this whole seeing a vision thing, it's not needed, in my opinion. So I'm just gonna bloop, right? And just do that. I personally don't see any way, if they have the ability to see with each other, they wouldn't want to make the universe in their image. Not necessarily. I can see why Saul said it sounds like the Eternals. I get that. Don't worry. I get that. But then at the end of the day, a story... Star Wars, Harry Potter, Percy Jackson, Aragon. Aragon is literally just Star Wars with a fantasy twist. The point that I'm making is, stories tend to share similar beats, but that doesn't make them the same story. I get that it has certain similar elements in some places, but at the end of the day, I would say enough is different about it that it's like, okay, I vibe with this. I prefer this story to the Eternal story. It's just not entirely there yet. So I say Adhara is the driving force of the story, because so for you, unlike Geartomb's thing seems to be world building, setting the scene, letting us know the environment. Your thing seems to be more telling us a story, right? Giving us a plot to follow and digest. For that to happen, us having a central character is very helpful. Make that person Adhara. She's the one whose decisions are the crux of why we feel what we feel and why we do what we do, right? So that's the first thing. So Adhara is the one who makes the decision, either by letting everyone know or doing it behind their backs. That's that. Things do not go well. They do not go well. Now I instead of having it be the case that humanity is about to destroy each other with weapons of mass destruction, it can just be territorial squabbles, wars, regular things. It's not that crazy. And them adding cosmic knowledge into the mix is what creates things like guns and like actual like problems effectively. So yeah, that's what I would say. Humanity learns life on other planets, so they seek out other planets seeking more power and resources. Nope. I feel like that takes it. I feel like you go too far out with that. That makes it more about humanity than the mech stars. What humanity does as a result of the mech stars doesn't mean shit. We don't care. All that matters is that it's worse. How it gets worse, we don't need to. So anything that requires too much detail, in my opinion, breaks the mold. All you would have to say is, she sent this, hoping that it would make the conflict better, bring peace, bring understanding. It didn't. It did the opposite. The conflict grew worse. The fighting, the technologies grew more advanced, and humanity was on the brink of destruction. And we don't need to hear anything else about humanity. That's literally all, right? Going too in depth on what happens to humanity as a result of their actions it skews the focus of the story. We don't need that. The focus of the story is the mech stars traveling, Adhara's decision, the aftermath of Adhara's decision. The humans are just a consequence. They're objects in the story to be held and put down, right? So that's what I would say. So yeah, that's it. As long as you change enough words, plagiarism doesn't even exist. Exactly, plagiarism isn't a thing. You just change the words. Silly, stupid. No, I'm joking, right? Yeah, so again, humanity is not the focus here. We are not the main characters in this. Adhara and the mech stars are. So how humanity feels, what they think, blah, blah, no, that doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm not here for humanity. I'm here for mecha waifus. So do that. They make it worse, and then in realizing, so literally, the conflict escalated and humanity was on the brink of destruction, Adhara watched with terror or horror or whatever. And then we go back to the mech stars talking and debating and deciding that yes, we have to go down ourselves. And that is the end of the story. The story ends with them going down, ending their travel. So Adhara is the reason why they don't get to travel the universe anymore. Bro, I would be pissed. If I was a space pirate librarian, I would be vibing. And if you just decided to ruin that for me, that's the emotional beat that it ends on. Right? The mech stars having to resign from their lives in the stars and exist on this planet to correct Adhara's mistake. That's the mech star lore. That's the heart of the mech star lore. So I would say shift the story, focus on that, incorporate the things that we've talked about. If you want me to reiterate anything, let me know. If there's anything specific that I need to make a note of, I'll do that for you. I'm going to let you correct it. Right? I was about to go through and just add the stuff in myself. I'll give you like, I don't know how long it's gonna take. Tell me when it's done. You make the changes, and then I'll just take that final version and put it on. If I have to make any changes, I'll make those changes. But that's it. Right? But yeah, that's it. That's it. I'm not here for humanity. I'm here for mecha waifus based. Exactly. I'm looking through your channel stuff and found Kaisha no Pod. Oh, that takes me back. We haven't done Kaisha no Pod in like 3-4 years. That was an anime podcast me and my friends started way back when. Fun times, good times. Didn't really take off because we were all busy doing our own things, and I just ended up making my own content. But yeah. Alright, so that's the mech star lore. Done and dusted. What's the time? It's 9 p.m. Is there any other lore that I may have missed? Mech star lore, Harpy lore. I've already seen, this is Neoshock subset. I've seen that. Okay, yeah, that's all the lore. Wait, no, Soul, was there another piece of lore that you were working on? Was there? Oh yeah, so are you rewriting Wyverns? I've forgotten. But yeah, I think that's everything. If anything, leave Wyverns focus on this, in my opinion. Right? But yeah, I forgot someone else was making this, so it's definitely going to be robot waifus. When I first envisioned the mech star subset, I thought that they were going to be like Gundams. And Saul came back and he was like, they're waifus. And I was like, okay, I guess they're waifus. And so here we are, right? Those cards on your screen look amazing. Thank you very much. This is a card art for a few of the, this is a card art for the Harpies, right? This is a subset that the lore that we were looking at just before the one we were talking about here, right? This is Anka, the fire one. We've got Caladrius, the snow one. Her card art has been updated if I'm not mistaken. Carpo, Leaves one, and we have Ostara, I think, the other leaves one, and then you have Shangang, the Lady in Rain, as the final one, who just comes to just ruin everyone's day, and I love it. I absolutely love it. All right, so good work on the writing, boys. I gotta say, I'm here for it. I've given my feedback. I hope you don't think I'm being too man. I just, because I spend so much time writing, and I'm an English teacher, so I guess I'm supposed to pick apart at people's English work. But yeah, I would say I'm happy with the direction that we're on. If there's nothing else lore-wise, let's play test. Right? I say we have time for a quick game just to see where things are at. I wanted to spend some time this evening making content because I've started creating what I'm going to be posting as the shorts for this channel. I'm going to be doing shorts on YouTube and TikTok to try and help promote the game, because shorts are going to do better in the algorithm. Now that all the rules are out, all that I'm going to be releasing is the OST shorts and some devlog updates and like app tours and everything, but sort of getting more into like the content side of the game, now that anyone who wants to find the rules can find them, right? But yeah, that's it. Woo! How's your endeavors going? To be honest, halted. Haven't really started yet because of all this, obviously. Right? But I actually was invigorated 2 days ago to set up like the accounts that I would need and everything. But largely I'm doing the content for Nexus first, then I'll make my own personal content, right? I just joined. I didn't know all the subsets had their own lores. So we're working on lore for all the subsets. Not all of the subsets have lore yet, but as part of the game in the story mode, I want you to be able to choose the lore that you want to read and be able to read it, and just do cool things around like lore in the game. Some of them will be in a webcomic format. Some of them will just be in like, okay, you see the images on the screen kind of format. Some of them will be in the main story. I lied. So the main story will be in a comic format. Character stories will be in like a character dialogue format, like you know what they do in like some video games like Duel Links, where you have like the side-scrolling stuff. And then subset lore will be in text and images in the background format. But yeah, it's all gonna be there. You're in the Discord? I'm in the Discord. Why can't I hear you? All right, I did a system update, so I'm not gonna be able to hear you until I correct my settings. Voice and video. My input is my speaking. My output is what I hear. I think. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Am I wrong? I feel like I might be wrong. The microphone isn't an option over here, so I'm going to guess that I had... Nope, it is an option. Okay, cool. So I'm going to assume that this will let me hear you. Neo, say something, please.
Boo.
Okay, there we go. And then there it is. There it is. I live for nitpicks and critiques. Good. Oh, and since Heartbeat updates are rather light, if you want me to work on anything else, I got you. Help me finish. So once you get through the Heartbeats, let me know, and I can give you something same day. Right? So thank you. Neo, how you doing, my friend?
I'm good.
All right, all right. Now you've been working hard. Let me give you that promotion you've been after, because I know you were gonna ask for it. I know you were. Right?
I mean, it's good to be appreciated, you know.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, so. What deck would you like to play against me? I want to do Ancient Melody with the changes that I made to the runes in the game. So, what deck do you think can take them?
Let's try Forest Gods, see what they're cooking.
You want to try Forest? How?
What do you mean how?
How? Do you mean how? How is Forest Guard going to beat Ancient Melody?
So you don't want them to be Ancient Melodies?
Not that I don't want them to. I'm struggling to see what the game plan is going to be there.
I mean, the game plan is we're trying to cook and see what's chefing.
So maybe try a different deck. Just this time. Just this time. What else comes to mind?
I mean, I was saying like, it's either Reefers or Wandering. So, cause like, that's why I was suggesting Forest God, because I can see the Reapers of Wandering beating them,
Okay.
but I can't really see Forest Guard beating them, and I think that's kind of sus, to be honest.
I don't think that's a bad thing though. Like, it's okay to have bad matchups. I personally think that Reapers have a really bad matchup against I think Reapers
There's a
have,
difference between a bad matchup and an unwinnable one.
I think in the current format it's not unwinnable. Genuinely.
Then if it's not unwinnable, then why not try them?
Because it would be okay, fine. It's a difficult matchup for sure in the best of situations. The reason why I say it's not unwinnable is because Forest Guards don't have any rank 3s that they're going to be summoning out, right? So if they realize early enough that, oh, this is Ancient Melody, and they just decide to stall you out, they will do a better job at stalling you out than you will of them, because their plays are not expensive, or at least not as expensive, right? But again, I think it's that initial, like, okay, if you catch them off guard while they're being aggressive turn 1, which I think you probably would, and they're not able to prevent themselves from giving you a token, then they could run into trouble. So I guess we give it a try. All right, so your cards are there before you, my friend. You have a synergy rating of 8, so you can't really play generics anyway.
And you need runes.
I gave them to you. These are the Forest Guard
No,
runes
that's
and-
what I'm saying. Like, I was just saying.
Oh.
'Cause, like, I'm not gonna be able to do anything with them.
Yeah. So turn 1 for this deck is already just completely solved. So I'm just gonna put my runes down.
So I'm guessing you've probably played with Nat since Friday.
No, I haven't. I've done Sims, just like you know how I run the course of a game, just how it would go, basically playing by myself. And the change definitely helps. My aim wasn't to kill the deck with the change. It was just to make it harder for them to set up. And decks like the Reapers and the Wandering subset can now very well capitalize on them not being able to set up anymore. Like, for example, when it comes to Reapers, because Umbrage doesn't get isolated at the start of the turn anymore, even if they fortify themselves, he can get rid of the fortification on turn 1. So by turn 2, he's swinging, right? And again, they will have a hard time against that. You can come back from that, but it's tough. As for the Wandering subset, them being able to just get past, if one person gets past, it's basically over.
Wait,
It's
so
basically over.
close quarters, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're giving your opponent your card. Is that considered removed from the game?
No, it is not removed from the game because it is still in the game. Like, it's still in the vicinity of the game, just in your opponent's hands. So you still own it, but they control it, right? Removed from the game means that no one owns it, no one controls it, it's just gone. Let me shuffle my resource deck.
I mean, close quarters doesn't sound that bad. It's just like your opponent attacks you directly, you just gain life.
Yeah, you gain life, but the direct attack still goes through, so you know that does suck. Also, I introduced, well, it's not in the game yet, but a card where it's like, hey, your opponent gains 200 life points, you get to draw 1 card. So it's like, I think that's balanced. I
I mean,
think.
it's balanced, but I'm pretty sure it sounds kind of unplayable.
Again, that's what I would have said about something like Card Exchange before, and yet look at where we are, right? Letting that it's like
I guess if there's like a Nurse Burn type card in the future, then maybe.
See, here's the thing, right? Your opponent gaining 200 means that, yeah, they gain a free rank 3 summon, but so let's say you played Card Exchange and this card in the same deck, bro, you would have basically all your cards turn 1, right? I'm back hacking it out for a sec. I heard everything though. I'm gonna rewatch the whole section and stream, rework the Mechstar lore. Very excited about the changes we made. Same, if I'm honest, Mechstars are now, with the changes, I think Mechstars have the potential to be one of my favorite lores in the game. They would definitely be top 5 currently. They would be top 5, maybe even top 3 favorite lores once the changes are made, because that's very exciting. Just the concepts that we discussed, the way that it would hit, it's good. It's good soup. It's good soup, right? So yeah, that's that. While we wait for Neo to build his deck, we can actually go through the Shadow Walkers, which is what we were doing before, and just get more of this done, right? it's so hard to go back to game balance when you've done lore.
Avatars or
Sorry?
Shadow? Is it or avatars?
It's avatars, right? It's so hard to go back to doing like avatars and game balance and effects after you've done lore, because doing lore is so much fun, right?
Oh, is Storm here? Because I saw him earlier. I don't know if he's still here.
I'm not sure if he's still here. Why?
Oh, I thought the Stormwalkers were his avatar or something.
Oh, no. His are the doppelgangers. His are the doppelgangers.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So,
Oh, so is the Stormwalkers like the bouncing ones?
who are the... do you mean the Shadow Walkers?
Yeah, whatever you said.
I was like, is this a different group of... Yeah, Shadow Walkers are the ones that bounce themselves to the hand, and
Oh yeah, the OP MFers.
yeah, so they need to be changed around. First things first, they won't have the ability to ascend because ascension won't be a thing when they're introduced. So that's not great. What do you mean? I like game balance. That's because you're built different. Did you have anything about the Mechstar avatars you wanted me to keep? If not, I'm going to rework everything. Give me 1 second, I'll tell you. Let me just put this here because I'm going to need to bounce all of that at once. Did you do it on a new dock or did you give me access to a dock? Let me not share DMs. Bigabyze myself and take a look. Link. Here it is. Nope, that's lore. That's an APK. And here's the subset. There we go. Right? Honestly, Mechstars are gonna... I don't even know if I want no, with the powers that Mechstars are going to have, they're probably going to need to be like a higher tier subset that gets introduced later in the game. But I really liked that lore.
Oh, you have like stuff for them already. I thought you just make it low at this point.
Nope. So I have prompts like the one that I gave to you. So Luxus took the prompt for Mechstars and decided to do the lore in the same run. So he's made the lore that way. The lore, the abilities could be somewhat based on the lore, but that's not a requirement at all. Especially because now the lore has changed.
What was the prompt?
The prompt was, this is an example / scout based subset. They activate effects from the hand. So what I mean by, you'll see what I mean. Basically, they activate effects from the hand, and that lets them summon tokens with stats equal to them on the field instead of getting on the fields themselves. So they sort of scout out the environment before actually committing to the play, but the tokens are all vanilla. Then, on the next turn, the player is forced to summon the cards in the same zones where the tokens were spawned, basically. So your opponent knows where you're going, but also you get a bigger stat total because the token went first and then the monster itself, which is why I'm like, okay, this is probably going to be a higher tier kind of thing. And then I also
it depends. If it's like, how many Mechstars are there?
8 total. There's 8, and it looks like they're... So I put a restriction on it, I suggested a restriction where there might be a restriction on summoning regular cards on the turn you summon tokens to prevent you getting a full 6 cards in one turn somehow. I think that's going to be a requirement to keep this from being broken.
Yeah, I mean, it has to count as your summon for that turn.
So I think, I don't know if I would say it would count as the summon for the turn as much as I would say you can't activate the effect on the turn you summoned a card, basically, right? We can nerf their stats. 150 attack rank 3 poggers. To be honest, that's actually not a bad idea, right? Because
that's what I think.
If it's 150, that's an effective 300, which that's not. And to be fair, Saul does have that down here, right? He does have that down here already. I'm just thinking because they're going to do other things, and because they're a major subset, they're also going to have effects that make the runes more powerful. But to be specific,
I mean, if every single one of them has like, they're gonna need like 50 attacks, because otherwise the archetype's gonna have like 800 stats.
But then again, remember how many of the cards will actually be able to like see play,
scout,
right? And scout and all the kind of exactly, basically. So yeah, the prototype ability is the one that all of them have. Activate before the first movement phase. If you summon no avatars during the declaration phase by reducing your Nexus gauge. Right. So I did have something about this. So this says Activate before the first movement phase. If you summon no avatars during the declaration phase, by reducing your Nexus gauge by this card's summon cost. Now, again, that's
It's gonna be expensive.
exactly that in mind, because that means to summon the token, you pay the card summon cost, and then when you actually summon the card, you pay its summon cost. This deck will be
400
unplayable.
400 stats,
Right?
for just
This deck will be
300.
unplayable,
That's
in my
easy.
opinion. Right? I see what you were
Yeah,
trying to
'cause
do in trying to balance that, but I think that's too much.
That's actually 400 Nexus cost for just 300 worth of stats.
Right? So if anything, what I would say would be reduce your how do we fix this?
I mean, if you just
Summon
reduce the
by-
cost when it's actually summoned, not for the token itself.
I feel like it's more meaningful to do something along the lines of to say,
Is there a reason to reduce it for the token as well as for the summon?
I would say yes,
'Cause-
because in a situation where, for example, you get the token, then you card exchange, so you're not locked into the summon next turn, you just get the token for free. You just got the stats of the rank 3 without actually having to commit to paying the cost. So I think the cost should be part of the effect, but then I think the summon should also be free after that. So the effect should make it so that the summon on the next turn you don't have to pay for. So the cost is paid up front, but it's only one time, is what I would say.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I don't see an issue with like you get a token and you get card exchange, because there's a lot of like decks that synergize like quite good with card exchange.
Mhm.
So just making another one doesn't seem like that big of a deal.
But if the cost is, so I would say there's a deck that synergizes with it where it's like, okay, yeah, like the
Gladiators,
yeah,
free.
okay,
you
yeah,
just get
like the
free.
gladiators, right? Being able
What
to
do you
come
mean?
out.
Is this is the same thing as getting a free token, getting a free rank, free?
I don't. It feels like that takes more, in my opinion. Like there's counterplay to that.
Huh?
No. If there's you don't just get,
Take some more.
yeah, you don't get the rank 3 for free. You get the rank 3 if your opponent still has 3 gladiators on the field. So if your opponent wants to play around that, they can, right? Whereas with this, it would just be, I got my token, I card exchange, there's 0 interaction in that, right? So I just get my free rank 3 token, do my card exchange, draw my card, and my opponent just sits and watches me play. That to me is the kind of game design I want to avoid, because that's not interactive at all, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess that's fine.
But yeah, I forgot you were wanting to cost summon the actual cards to the same zones as the tokens, not special summon. Yeah, no, but it can be a special summon now, right? I think going the route of special summoning might be the way to go with this, where it's like, okay, the effect makes you pay the cost, and then the effect itself puts the card on the field for you next turn, with the clause that you're not allowed to summon cards on the next turn, right? It's a very long effect. We'll have to get the wording just right, but you get the idea. Reveal this card in your hand, summon Max Star Prototype token to the field. During your next wave. Yep, so basically that. Now, looking at the other effects, I would say it's not, I say it's not the way because more card text, it's unnecessary. Huh. Only restriction I would give is unable to declare non-archetypal numbers. Fair. Big number fine. I thought you wouldn't have to pay for the card summoning cost since you're summoning it by the effect. That's fair. That's fair. I get what you were going for then. Right, it would need to be explicit, but fair enough.
So hibernation.
Hibernation.
Can you do each token specifically, or you just like move it from one source to the other?
Remove any number of force counters from a card you control and place them on another force guard avatar. It's one to the other.
Okay.
So it just places all of them on what, all the ones you choose to remove go from that card to a different card, right? Okay, so Decipher. Target face down runes your opponent controls equal to the number of Mexstar prototypes. I remember this. Okay, so I did have problems with some of these effects. Now, those runes remain face up for the rest of this wave. This is, in my opinion, I was conflicted with this because Decipher is a cool ability, right? Target face down runes your opponent controls equal to the number of tokens you still have. Those runes remain face up for the rest of this wave, so you reveal your opponent's runes. The problem is, there's another subset, a minor subset that does just this. Now, I think this is cool because it's like, all right, this deck is about scouting things out and getting information. So I back that, right? I back that desire to try and learn more about what your opponent is doing. But rather than getting to see that number of runes, would I bring? You know what? Based on, I want to see if I can bring this deck out sooner. So it's like, okay, do we leave it let you just see all your opponent's runes and have it come out way later, or let it come out sooner and make it so that you can only see one? I would in an effort to get this out sooner rather than later, I would bring this down. When this card is summoned, target avatars your opponent controls equal to the number of Mexstar prototype tokens destroyed the last wave. Though, didn't mean to do that. Those targets become isolated until the end of this
You
wave.
need all of them to act. There's only 8, and the synergy rating is 8, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
So you're forced to play all of them currently.
Ye-
Reveal to summon token. You must play this card as soon as possible to a zone the token was summoned in.
Wait, reveal to summon a token?
So
What?
I get what Zane is saying. We can simplify it. Zane is suggesting a simplification to the card text, and I like how simple Zane's language is. The only problem with that is the implication then becomes you don't pay the life point cost until after the card, until after the token is summoned. Whereas I would like the life point cost to be paid before. I would like the life point cost to be paid when the token is summoned, rather than after, right? Because I don't want people to be able to get out of summoning the card, basically.
What do you mean? After the life cost can be paid after the token is summoned? Right?
That's what I'm saying. So what Zane is suggesting is to say, reveal this card to summon a token. You must play this card as soon as possible to a zone the token was summoned in. Very simple language, but then that implies, so the effect is summoning the token, then it's forcing you to summon this card, which would be a regular rank cost summon on the next turn. The problem being that means you don't actually have to pay life points until the next turn. And also, if you're able to get rid of this card, you wouldn't be forced to summon it. So if you summon your token, then card exchange the card, you get out of the cost entirely. We can make it a condition, advance summon a token with this card's stats. Advance summon, I feel like this is too niche of an ability to make it a keyword, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why can't I cheat tons of stats onto the board? On turn 6 for free? I mean, on turn 6 it wouldn't be that bad, but you'd be able to do this from turn 1. Okay, let's keep going. Right?
It could just be reveal and pay the rank or summon.
Yeah, I think it would be, so because
Summon a token.
there's a number of things that it needs to do though, right?
Is
Because,
special summoning a keyword?
no, it's not a,
Like,
it's not a
we just-
keyword.
What's the keyword? I guess place.
No,
Place
it
this.
is summon. So a rank cost summon is what you would consider a normal summon, and if something is just summoned, then that means the effect is causing the summon rather than the rank cost causing the summon. So it is just summon. Does that make
Reveal
sense?
this, pay the nexus cost, summon a token,
So
summon this to.
how I think the wording. for
Wait,
this would
how
go-
would it work if the token is destroyed?
You know what? Let's just do this. If the token
Can
is
you just
destroyed,
keep
you would still.
spamming the token?
No, if the token is destroyed, you would still have to summon the card on the next turn. So it would be reveal. Why is this bold?
But you can't summon it to where the token is.
You summon it to the place where you summoned the token, right?
Oh, okay.
The aim
I
is
feel
to
like that's a distinction because I did not get that from the word.
That's fine. Reveal this card. Reveal this card. Reveal this card. Reveal this card and reduce your Nexus gauge by its rank cost. Is I think the language of this. Semicolon because that's the cost. Summon a Mexstar prototype token to your field and then each effect would have I think it's fine. Each effect would have to have its own thing where it would be, since this is a rank 3, it would be R3 rank 3, no synergy rating, 150. right? So you just explain the stats of the card like this. Reveal this card in your hand. This effect cannot be activated. This effect cannot be activated on the turn.
What does Lilith say? Like, I'm kind of confused.
Lilith says, where's she at?
Here. Can you see my hand?
Remove a forest counter from this card for every forest guard rune in your casting zone. Those runes are not revealed and sent to the graveyard this turn.
So she just removes runes from herself.
She removes forest counters and says, you know how runes go to the graveyard at the end of the turn?
Yeah.
She can make it so that they don't go to the graveyard at the end of the turn.
Oh, are not revealed and sent to. Okay, I was like,
right?
I guess I didn't see the not part. I was just like, huh? You're removing just to send them? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Right. High key kind of sick if the cost was later. We'll see. Rocket Bow, how you doing, friend? What's good with you? Reveal this card to reduce your Nexus gauge by its rank cost. Summon a Mexar prototype token to your field. There's so many conditions to this. This effect cannot be activated on the turn you conducted a rank cost summon. Cost summon. This card must be summoned in the same position making the cost come first just makes it so much more difficult with the wording. Prototype V1 on rank 1, V2 on rank 2. Yeah, that's fine. You can have different variations of the ability. You know, that aspect of it is fine. It's just still very bloated wording. I think we have to buff the card just to make the wording more simple and just take off the Nexus cost part.
I have a question about Dryad. So how does it work timing wise? So you put the tokens on this card.
Yes, indeed.
Do you remove the tokens and like add the effect, or does it like take into account like the token it has and then you add that many cards?
For every forest count, so activate it. For every forest counter on this card, max 3, add a forest guard rune to your hand, graveyard to your hand, then destroy this card. So when the effect resolves, however many counters are on him at the time, that's however many you get. So it's on resolution.
So on resolution, it checks the counter and destroys himself.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Reveal this card and reduce your Nexus gauge by its rank cost. Summon a Mexar prototype token to field. If you did. Oh, because there's also the phase in which it can be activated. Reveal this card at wave start. At wave start, reveal this card and reduce its gauge by its rank cost. Summon a Mexar prototype token to your field. This effect cannot be activated the turn you conducted a rank cost summon. You know what? Let's just take it off. The whole thing about summoning it to the same place the next turn, let's just take that off. Let's just take that off because new problem.
I mean, yeah, so I'll say if it doesn't matter if the card's destroyed or not, you can just summon it whatever.
So
it kind of makes more sense because if they're scouting and they get information, like that should affect the decision of where to summon.
Decide to make. And I mean, you have to pay the rank cost anyway. The objective was to be transparent with the opponent. So it's like, okay, they know what card is coming where next turn. At wave start, reveal this card and reduce next game by its rank
Yeah,
cost.
but like
Summon a
being
Max Star
too
Prototype
transparent can be like hand-holdy.
to your field. That's fair. No, that's a fair point. Rank cost summon a token? No, that wouldn't work. The language is contradictory. Tokens aren't avatars just based on the rules of the game. So tokens affects things that you need avatars for, you can't use tokens for. So a token wouldn't have a rank
Oh,
cost.
because like as there's effects that say this card is treated as if it was rank cost summoned to the specific zone.
Mhm.
So is there like some like defect from being like rank cost not being rank cost summoned or something?
There can be, but again, that's something that hasn't been introduced. Like, for example, if there's an effect that says target a card that was summoned in the assault zone, well, if I was moved to the assault zone but not summoned there, I wouldn't be targeted by that effect. But if I was treated as if I was rank cost summoned in the relevant zone, then as far as that effect is concerned, I was summoned in the assault zone. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Right? So it's
So
for
just like
situations-
future proofing.
Exactly, it's for situations like that. At wave start, reveal this card. Oh, by the way, let me know when you're ready, and we'll go with the game just so we don't drag on for too long. I'm just looking in to see when the wave starts. When the wave starts, reveal this card and reduce your next gauge by its rank cost. Summon a Mech Star Prototype token to your field. If you did not conduct a rank... I know how to fix it. Okay. A rank cost summon this turn. When the wave starts, da-da-da-da-da. You can only... so how would this be phrased? When the wave starts, reveal this card and reduce your next gauge by its rank cost. Summon a Mech Star Prototype token to your field. You can only control 3. You can only control 3 Mech Star Prototype type tokens this turn. And there we go, fixed, right? Because the next thing would then be, okay, well, what's to stop you from having 5 Mech Stars in your hand and then just activating all 5 of their effects based on how we've worded it? But this helps to stop that problem. So I think this is simpler. This is simple enough that it's easy enough to understand. If you did not conduct a rank cost summon this turn, when the wave starts, reveal this card in your hand. Not even just when the wave starts, reveal this card and reduce your Nexus gauge by its rank cost. Summon a Mech Star Prototype token to your field. And then the secondary effect is you can only control 3 Mech Star Prototype tokens this turn. Full stop. That's it. How do you feel about the direction of the other abilities? Oh, sorry, we spent so much time on that I didn't actually give you my feedback on the rest. When this card is summoned, target avatars your opponent controls equals the number of Mech Star Prototype tokens destroyed on the last wave. Those targets become isolated. That I didn't like, if I'm being completely honest. I don't really have a fix for it. I just wasn't a massive fan. It's... I don't know. It's not even its level of strength. I feel it's more so the keeping track of things that makes it tedious, where it's like, okay, if I'm your opponent and I'm trying to play around a card effect like this, and again, I guess that is game sense to a degree, but having to manually remember how many of the tokens got destroyed in order for this effect to be relevant, I would rather it be something else. I get what you're going for, obviously. It's a tripwire, so your opponent destroyed the tokens, so now you get to do stuff based on how many got destroyed. I just wasn't a massive fan. Let's go to summon target avatar. This wave. Yeah, it's not too strong. It's not broken. I just didn't like it. That's my honest feedback, right? It's not a balance thing. I just wasn't a fan. So prototype again. So I wanted to let everyone who's working on cards know, we are trying to keep the effects as short and sweet and to the point as possible. If you have an idea for a really cool effect that has tons of parts, have a different idea. Come up with something else. Because this is not. Let me. I can show you guys right now. Actually, I think because on the
I think I'm ready.
Oh, you ready? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
let me just real quick, because in the current build, I think we're getting closer to the final thing of what the card data is going to look like and how it's going to be presented. And yes, it's adjustable and amendable, but I want it to be presentable and clear. Having tons of bullet points and the effects being really long, I feel like hurts the approachability of the game by your average constituent, right?
Consumer.
Consumer is a better word. I don't know why I went with constituent there. Right?
Yes.
That's a much better word. I spent all day doing English. Okay, let me live. So, let me show you what we're working with. You enter the deck editor, and if I choose, who's a good example? I guess Tuition. This is being reworked right now because I don't like the way the names fit inside the borders, so they're changing that. So you see it's rank. I'm gonna remove the word rank and it's just gonna be the number 2. Sort of like how Yu-Gi-Oh cards only have the stars. If you play the game, you're gonna understand it. Then you have the type, then you have the synergy rating. So I click on the ability Leap, and this is the way it's presented, right? This is the font. This is sort of what we're going for. So as you can see, there's still some space here, but if we had too much more, we'd have to start decreasing the font and making it more wordy and everything. So I'm trying very, very hard to avoid that, right?
How does Entity? Because I feel like Entity is probably like one of the ones with the more words.
Entity's not that bad. Danger Beast. This card gains 50 attack for every rune currently on the field. This card's attack returns to its original value at the end of the turn. Encore, remove a force counter from a card you control. Select a rune in the graveyard that was used this turn. Place it in your casting zone. Simple, right? It used to be really long, but shortened it. So, yeah, that's a vibe.
Yeah, like have like 3 sentences.
Sorry.
Most things seem to have like 3 sentences.
Yeah, I think that's fine, right? But then, so for example, this has. When this card is summoned, activate the following effects in sequence based on the number of Mexstar prototype tokens destroyed last turn. This on its own would be long enough for an effect. But then it then goes on to have 4 different lines that then make up the actual effect. Which is what I would say is a bit more. You can only control 3 tokens this turn. Will make it impossible to ever control more than 3 Mexstar tokens. Which other effects depend on? But if there's no limit on how many tokens you control, you can only summon.
I feel like it should be like a dice thing, like 1 to 3, 1 effect, like 3 2 or more under effect, like not for like.
You can only summon 3 rank costs, 3 Mexstar prototype tokens this turn. That way there's no limit on how many you control, but you can only summon 3. That fixes it, I believe, right? Because turn 1 you can summon 3, and if you decide not to summon your actual cards, turn 2 you can summon 3 again. There's still a problem with this. Now you have to pay the cost twice again with the current wording. With the current wording, you have to do it twice again. If you're not gonna join the field, this turn, next turn, this card can be summoned without paying its rank cost. It's longer, but I think that touches everything it needs to. Right?
I mean, I thought you said you could just say you can summon this card.
No, not with how it changed. I don't feel like that fits with how it changed previously. Because now, if I said next turn you can summon this card, that means that, like, for example, with it being an effect, you could summon 3 cards for your rank cost next turn, and then get the 3 effect summons off of these 3 cards. You get what I mean? Whereas if it's just you can rank cost summon this card, it's like, okay, your rank cost summons next turn are free, but the cards that you're getting off of that rank cost summons are these ones, right? You get me?
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, You can only control 3 tokens this turn. Bro, he only put 4. Come on, I have 6. I told you we're changing that. I told you. Can't you add scrolling? I can, but I also don't want to. I don't want it to be too wordy, you guys. This whole process is about trying to reduce the word count to make it approachable. You and me, we're TCG players. We get it, right? But the wider market that I want to try and attract, again, you're never going to make it accessible to everyone. That's physically impossible. But in as much as possible, I don't want this game to be frightening. I don't want it to be a case of you look at this and it's like, what the hell is going on? Because there's so much going on a single card. I would rather that power be divided among the cards in a subset to then make up that cohesion, rather than all be on one card where it's like you read a single card and it scares you away from the game, right? So it's not just space. It is the space largely because I want it to look aesthetically pleasing, but it's not just the space. Overall, I do not like the direction of Mexstars being reliant on the number of prototypes still on the field to destroy it. I just want your feedback on that part before I figure something else out. I agree. I 100% agree. I think the scouting aspect is cool. The idea of them gaining knowledge is cool because that ties back into the lore. But the effects being based on the number of tokens, I think was a really big weakness the first time I read through it, because it's like, well, I didn't read through everything, to be fair, so I don't entirely know because I stopped. But from what I saw, it's like, okay, if I send a token out, the aim
Can have generic runes again. I just realized something.
If I send a token out, it's tough, right? You end up in sort of a bind, and what's it called? I forgot what I was saying, but you get what I mean, right? I put a limit on how many times you could activate prototype in the last sentence of the prototype effect. Just highlight following effects and let us open another window with the effects. I'm sorry, you guys. That's one thing I don't think I can compromise on it. I don't want those really long, like, bullet pointy effects, at least not right now, right? If you're making a card, okay, so let's have this mindset. By the time we get to like year 3, year 4 of the game, the player base will be established. It's not going to be about attracting in new players. It's going to be about doing whatever we want to keep the current player base entertained. At that point, yeah, sure. Let's add the bullet points in. So if you're making a card with those bullet points, bear in mind it is for later, right? It is not going to be in the first 1 to 2 years of the game where we're trying to attract an audience and grow the player base. Later on, that kind of stuff can be added in, but I don't want that to be the foot that we put forward. I feel like that's a better way of phrasing what I'm trying to say, right? You can only activate prototype 3 times per wave. The problem with this is each prototype is going to be different now, remember? So it's going to be prototype A, prototype B, prototype D, based on the stats that are being added on. So that would be 2 unspecific. Either way, the wording here is fun. So if you just take this wording, copy paste this, and all you need to change is the rank 3, the rank, and the stats. This can work for all of them. If you did not conduct a rank cost summon this turn, when the wave starts, reveal this card and reduce your Nexus gauge by the rank cost. Summon a Mexstar prototype token to your field. You can only summon 3 Mexstar prototype tokens this turn. Next turn, this card can be summoned without paying its rank cost. So you're not even forced to summon it. You just can if you want to, right? You will regret that sentence, Saul. I probably will, but that's future Saul's problem. Screw that guy. I don't care. I don't care about him, right? The guy sucks. All right, Neo, you ready to go?
Yeah.
You didn't sound confident about that, yeah.
Because I'm not 100% ready. I'm like...
Why did you choose this
95.
deck? Why did you choose this deck?
Because I was cooking.
Alright, fine. You cooking. Alright. Okay, take a second.
It's just,
tell me
I
when
just
you're
need
ready.
to tidy up. Like, it's just like not that serious.
Oh, okay. I thought you were choosing cards. Those are your resource deck. Alright, cool. Bet. Well, I mean, I've got my cards on the field, so whenever you're ready, we can flip the coin. Right?
Hello, Chuck. Hi, Saul. Hi, Neo.
Yo,
Hello.
Zane, how you doing, bro?
Good. I made myself a pizza.
Vibing, you love to see it. I should eat food. That's a good reminder. Also good on
One
you for
day.
making it yourself. One day. I'll rework the rest of the star abilities. I appreciate all the feedback. So I do have 1 or 2 more pieces of feedback for you, actually, because there are some effects that I do like in that. I'll just go through and highlight the ones that I like that you can keep after this, right? So, heads or tails?
Heads.
Look at you getting lucky for once. Look at you. Hey, congratulations. Right? I'll reveal first. I reveal Nadia, Tamer of the Ancient Beast in the defense zone.
I reveal Entity.
I bet I reveal Invictus Encounter.
I reveal Center Sage.
I reveal Aurora of the Aria in the Nexus. I got 2 runes.
I reveal Dryad, and I got 3 runes.
Dryad Encounter? Bro, why are you built like this? Why is this the way you choose to live your life? Why do you do these
Why
things?
not? He has attack. Look at him.
I'm gonna... Alright, fine, if you say so. I've got turn priority, and I have... with my turn priority, I activate Incinerate on... boy. Him. That guy. Danger Beast.
I'll chain Danger Beast.
As you do. So that boosts you by 50, 100, 150, 200, 250. Congratulations. Right? So that puts you at a solid 400?
Plus 200. Plus 200.
Oh, right, yeah. So you're at 350, yes? All right, excellent. You love to see it. Next up. Wow, this change really does hurt the way this deck starts. I activate Introduction. It doesn't do anything right now, but you understand the feeling. If you forget I'll blow up your DM, that's fair. That's fair, right? Anything else to activate?
Yeah, I'll activate Rune Collector.
Why?
You'll see, I guess.
I mean, sure, go for it. I guess you're cooking. I guess you're cooking.
It goes to my hand.
Okay.
Will freeze.
Okay. Who do you discard?
Rune. Is it Avatar, right?
Actually, no. I think it is just card, right?
Yeah, I'll discard Rune Collector.
Oh, you're discarding as a forest god. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let you cook. That's fine. Who are you isolating?
We'll isolate Invictus.
All right, that's fine. Invictus gets isolated. Also, I lost 250 this turn, leaving me at a solid 950. All right, that's fine. What else?
Yeah, I can do it later. Yeah, that's enough for me.
All right, cool. Movement phase 1. Invictus can't move because he's been isolated. This moves up. This moves up. Nothing to battle. So movement phase 2. You go the rest of the way. Do you choose to declare an attack this turn, my good man?
End of movement phase. I'll incinerate Nadia.
All right, bet. Nadia goes down to 150 defense.
And I will attack, yes.
Okay, now the card that you're attacking with has 300 attack, correct?
350.
350.
And you have 150.
I have 150. I am going to, because this Jari's get a nerf, not directly, but as you'll see. So the isolate rune got a nerf, and to be completely honest with you, I feel like that makes this a lot more balanced, because with the way that the deck was before, with the isolate rune, what's happened here wouldn't be possible. And I love that. I love that just one simple change basically unravels the strategy. Now I have a choice to make. Before battle phase, do I Do I fortify is the question. If I fortify, you get to hit me directly for 350, which I don't want. If I don't fortify...
I mean, you could fortify the other way.
No, if I fortify Nadia, yes, she lives, but your stats get reset at the end of the turn anyway, and then you can Danger Beast again. So I lose 200 stats for no real reason, because it won't make a difference in the long run. You get me?
I mean, you lose the stats, but you don't lose the Nexus cost.
What Nexus cost?
350 to the face.
No, I mean, there's always the option of not activating the rune. I feel like that's the better option in this situation.
Yeah, you just keep.
Yeah, yeah. So go ahead, you can attack.
I do attack.
All right, cool. She gets destroyed. It doesn't matter how much attack you lose because you're going back to 150 at end of turn. And that is the end of the turn. This goes to Grave. Turn 2. And we draw. Did you do your life points last turn?
No.
All right. Is it still viable, not unplayable? That's what I want to see. I think the biggest thing with that...
So this is a rank, so 250.
Yeah. I think the thing about this strategy now is before, with the Isolate and Incinerate combo, with the Freeze Incinerate combo turn 1, it gave you the time you needed to set up as a guarantee, right? Where it's like, okay, it doesn't really matter what your opponent does, you're stopping their initial push. As we just saw with Neoshock, he was able to stop me from setting up effectively. I don't have the bodies that I would have on the field had this played out perfectly, and I think that's for the best. I can still try and make my strategy work the way that I've intended, but it's now, see how it's a little bit up in the air here? I feel like that's healthier. I feel like that's a lot healthier. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I've drawn for turn. I activate. Have I made a mistake? Think so. No, I'm okay with this decision. Take 1. I'll take... Yeah, I'll take 2. And I'll take... Think so. You could do that, you could. Okay, yeah, let's play like this. And I'll take this. 1, 2, 3. And that's it. Now just reduce Aquos to synergy rating.
What's
to
your
2.
Nexus?
No.
Oh, we're the same. 950.
Yep, so heads or tails?
Heads.
All right, tails. You go ahead and reveal first. All right. Reduce Aquos to synergy rating 2 so we can use Icy Prison instead of the Isolate rune. No, that actually wouldn't work because you would have to use one of the 3 summons. Actually, no, you could... One, we're not doing it, just as a general thing. But even if we did, you would have to give up one of the 3 summons. So you'd either have to give up Nadia or Invictus, probably Nadia turn 1 in your hand, which puts you in a weaker position overall, I think. Because you can only do that Isolate once, right? So I don't know that it would be worth it.
I mean, if you take out Nadia,
also
then
this goes away.
you have to take out Nadia from your deck. Because synergy costs and stuff.
No. So I think what he's recommending is remove Maxim Opus and the other one. Leave Nadia in the deck, and then...
That's a whole different strategy then. It's not like...
Yeah, it does.
Because if
yeah,
you
it doesn't work
move
the same.
Maxim Opus...
I can't gain the life
use
points back.
removing the life points.
Yeah.
It's a whole different strategy. It's just Wyvern Ancient Beast.
No, but it would be Wyvern, Ancient Beast, Aria still. All 3 can fit in the same deck. If we made it synergy rating 2 like he suggested. In that world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I saw it's 5. Okay.
Yeah, right? So yeah, go ahead and reveal. Oh, you already did. Sorry, my bad. I reveal Maxim Opus in the Assault Zone. Speak of the Devil.
Minus in the Assault.
It's boy. I reveal Merides of the Aria in the Defense Zone.
Tres runes.
A single rune. Right? Oh, why wouldn't you be synergy rating 1? Get out. Just get out. Right?
Opium.
But that might not be as powerful because 5 cards in the deck are all avatars. I mean, true, but that's how it is now, basically. That's how. Well, I get what you mean. All right, are you activating something?
No, I'm just making sure I know where everything is.
Oh no, I mean for turn. You have turn priority.
Yeah, we'll do Selenus.
Of course. I have no response, so you go ahead.
We Beast.
Danger Beast as you do. That's a solid 200 for you, my friend. You go from 100 because Ignite put another counter on you. Should have done that. So you go from what you went back to 50 at the end of the last turn, 150 rather. Then at the start of this turn you lost 50, putting you at 100 plus 200. Yeah, you're at 300. Okay, what else?
Ready for movement phase.
All right, cool. I've also realized that movement phase 1, this moves up. I've also realized that we use the same thing for forest counters as we do Ignite. Let me see. Can I spawn the actual forest counters? That would be so cool if we could start playing with those. Components. Can I make a custom item? Like, for example, if I were to spawn this chip, could I tell the game to let me make it into no, and no? Okay, none of those give me the option to do it. Sorry, give me 1 second. Components. I could make them into cards, but that's a bit too big.
Yeah. I mean, if you can skin the cards, then I'm guessing you can skin tokens.
Yeah.
It's probably like somewhere in the files though. So I'll say
I can probably do
maybe
it, but that's
a project for later. So
yeah, that's not something for right now. That'll be possible in the future with Runes Premium. True. I want to make a minor subset that has all SR1, and each card plays with a different game mechanic while complementing each other. Oh, so you want to break the game? Sure.
Yeah,
that's
literally
fine.
like what?
That's fine. Just
I want to create
just
generic,
ruin everything.
I
Just
wanna
ruin
create
everything.
generic-
No, I'm joking.
That's literally like generic summons, but they can be put in the hand.
I mean,
That's literally it.
I guess Synergy Rating 1 can technically exist. Technically. It's basically a generic... Oh,
That's literally why I just said
should
it's a
generic
subset you can put in the hand.
Should generic... No, no, I take it back. I was about to say, yeah. I was about to say, should generic cards have a Synergy Rating, but then they can be put in the hand? Nope, we're not going down that route. Anyway.
So, can you hear me?
Wait, sorry. Yeah, battle phase, what would you like to do?
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, cool. Because I was just saying that it's actually like generic rules you can put in the hand, and you said the same thing like 3 times. So I was unsure if you heard me.
Oh, man. Yeah. So, battle phase 1, do you have anything to activate?
End of movement phase.
Yep.
I have something to activate.
Hit me.
For a startup.
On to who?
Minus.
Okay, we'll just use this for forest counters for the time being.
So that's minus.
Okay, who gets the other token? The other counter, rather?
2 counters on minus.
Alright, bet, that's fine. Anything else? You can just stack them, it's fine.
Yeah, I was trying to stack them. What's this? Oh, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, alright. So, battle phase 1. The strongest card on the field is him. He's forced to attack. He attacks into her at 150. She gets destroyed. Goodbye, miss. The next strongest card... Oh, sorry, this should have moved
I'm
up.
guessing you activated melodies.
Of course.
So.
Yeah, she did her thing. Next strongest card is... He's at 150, actually, and so is she. Who has turn priority? I believe it's you.
Yeah, I revealed first.
All right, so go ahead. You swing. I'm assuming you have something, though.
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
So if I'm attacking, I'm not targeted for attack, I'm guessing.
No, you are not targeted for an attack, my good man.
Yeah, we'll do Forest Guardian.
Forest Guardian? The hell is that? Oh, the one that boosts your attack, yes?
Yeah, so I gain 100.
Okay, you're at 250. Anything else?
No.
All right, we do battle. I get destroyed. I activate time capsule. When a rank 2 ancient piece is destroyed, return it to my hand. So I get this back, and you get to generate another forest counter. Where would you like to place it?
We'll place it on. So yeah, so that's what. So if I place it on minus, I get an extra 50, right?
Yeah, I mean, but that's true wherever you place it. Minos boosts based on how many counters are on the field, not on him specifically.
Huh.
Yeah, so that's fine. Fair enough. Then the last battle that would take place is girl would swing into him, destroyed. Unless you have something, would you like to stop this?
I can't. Is the battle phase.
Oh, okay, all right. So Dryad gets destroyed. Movement phase 2. These cards both move up. And as the turn is about to end. Actually, no, I won't activate this just yet. I won't do it just yet. So yeah.
What were you trying to do?
I was gonna start using Lancia Verita rather, to start removing cards to gain life points back, but it's a bit too early because I would have to give up one of my summons next turn, and I still need them. So I can't do it just yet.
Oh, is that part of the effect?
Indeed it is. You can only... So, every time you use it, you lose a rank cost summon that you'd be able to do per turn. I really wanted to be careful with this card. I honestly... Right? Give me a theme and I'd pitch something. I don't have a theme. I've never really thought about an SR1 deck, because the whole point of Synergy is having two things.
Yeah.
So, I've genuinely never thought about it before.
Yeah, it literally cannot exist.
Right.
We literally said it like 5 times now. It's just generic summons you can put in the hand.
Dra. Go ahead.
Wait.
Oh, right. Sorry, your runes for the turn. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll do Hibernation.
Hibernation, removing... One of the runes you activated was Forest Guard Startup, right? So that means you do get a counter off of this, so you can put that wherever you'd like to. Where are you putting them tokens, boy?
I'll put the token from minus to center stage.
Okay.
So that's 3 tokens from minus to center stage.
All right. Where does the last counter go?
And the last one gets put on Selenus.
Selenus can't put counters on himself. Selenus can only put counters on other cards.
So we'll do minus and Selenus. Transfer over 1 rune. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah. Yeah, so like this. So minus has 2. Selenus has 1. Because I hibernation from minus to Selenus and gave Selenus a counter.
Okay,
and then Selenus' counter is put on stage.
Stage. Okay, yep, that's perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Now, end of the turn. Are you keeping Selenus alive? I'm assuming you have something for this.
Yeah, I have Wool. So Selenus is not destroyed, and I remove Selenus' counter.
All right, sounds good. Good plays all around. We can move to turn 3. I already drew for turn, so you just go ahead and draw. All right. And don't forget to do your life points for last turn.
So I summon Selenus and minus, so that's 150.
Okay.
So I'm at 800.
Alright. Do and you. Oh, I think I hate this. Okay, awesome, great. Okay. I mean, I've got a strategy, I guess.
What's your life? 750.
Yeah, I'm at 750 right now.
So you get to.
Oh, I have turn priority? How much? Oh, you only summoned Selenus last turn. Crazy.
Selenus and minus, so 1.
I'm not gonna do the math. I believe you. I believe you entirely.
I mean, you don't have to. Essentially, like, a rank 1 and rank 2. You literally yourself said this deck has no rank 3.
I'm not counting, okay? That's the point that I was making. All right, leave me alone. That's all that matters. Okay.
Okay.
I obviously give you turn priority to go. Oh wait, you're done? I've not written in a long time. Doppelganger lore done. Vibing. I don't know if we're gonna have time to look at it tonight because it's already 10, but we can take a look on Friday. I didn't think you'd be done that quickly. All right, you love to see it. Are you free on Friday to take a look then? Feel free to reveal, my good friend.
Well, I feel like you're coming for me, so.
What makes it? Why would you say that, man? Why? What makes you? I would
Because
never.
I'm pressing. You,
I
so, yeah,
would
I have to
never
respond.
do that to you, man. Come on. What do you take me for? Come on. Come on.
Guess we'll find out.
Bro, Entity is really strong. I don't think I'm looking to touch him, but I feel like we underestimate just how big, how good of a fighter he is, right? Like getting to go to like, well, not 300 every turn. It varies, but it's still very strong. So I like him, right? I reveal. Sorry, I forgot it was my turn. I reveal Dominus Rex in the. Just to be safe in the counter zone. Just to be safe. Your turn. Oh shit, that's all.
Okay.
Okay. I reveal Invictus in the assault zone. And I reveal Vespera of the Aria in the defense zone. That turn cost me 350.
Mine was 100.
Damn, so this is what I mean. You're very light on spending with your deck. 350, so 700 minus 300, 400. Okay, cool. Start of the turn, wave start. Obviously, this gets activated. I'm assuming you don't have any effects for wave start.
Yeah, just
Then your last
so if I don't activate tutelage, Selenis doesn't get destroyed, right? Or
No, he doesn't get destroyed. You have to activate it for that to happen. So yeah, in this situation, you'd be better off just not activating it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, that's all good. I activate Thing, obviously, for her. And you get your last Incinerate counter, so you're at 100 right now. Is there anything else? I think that is everything, so we can go to movement phase 1. This moves up. This moves up. Currently, the strongest thing on the field is Invictus.
Wait, end of movement phase.
Yeah.
I'll use Goblin Forge.
Okay, to just generate a forest counter, that's fine.
Yeah, on this card.
Yep. Okay. So Invictus is the strongest. He swings. Do you have a response? Oh wait, sorry. Before we get to this point, I would like to activate this at the end of movement phase to remove this card from play, and increase my life points by 50.
Okay.
Okay.
I would also like to chain minus
Alright.
Forest. Actually, no. No.
Okay, so no response to this swing.
I'll activate Forest Labyrinth.
Okay, to negate the attack by removing the counter.
Since it says the first time, I'll have to activate it before the battle, right?
Yeah.
Because now that I'm reading, I don't choose
it's
which attack I negate.
So it's the first time this turn, effectively. So the first time a Forest Guard Avatar is targeted for an attack, you would get the prompt to activate this, and you could choose to use it. And then for the rest of the times the Forest Guards get targeted for attacks, you would not get the prompt to activate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, counter gets removed, attack gets negated. That's absolutely fine. Next strongest card on the field is we're actually tied. Maxima Opus and Boy have the same attack.
It's from a card I control, so I can remove it from anywhere.
Does it say anywhere? Okay, yeah, sure. Remove it from wherever you want to.
So let's see what Center Sage is moving.
The cards that you currently control don't require themselves to control the counters to do their stuff.
Yeah. So since it removes it on resolution, I'll also chain Center Stage to boost himself again as well.
Based on how many counters there are, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
It's a continuous effect, so that doesn't really change anything. The defense value would go down after the counter's removed anyway.
Oh yeah. They're both continuous.
Yeah. So the counter gets. I mean, I've removed it from the same card now, or would you like to remove it from a different card?
Let's see. This can only place on itself. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
We can remove it from him.
All right, cool. So, we're tied. The strongest card on the field right now is this guy and this guy. You have turn priority, so you would swing first. You don't really have a choice, so you attack at 100. No, sorry, not this guy. This guy. So you would attack at 100 into 150, but I am fortified, so.
Oh yeah, I would
destroyed.
die. Yeah, I definitely needed a boost. SMH.
So.
Hmm.
He
So is either.
perishes.
So either I lose both my attackers or.
Yeah, bear in mind he's at 0 attack.
Forge.
He's at 0 attack right now.
Who?
Minos. Right?
Why would minus be at 0? Oh,
He used Forest
'cause-
Guardian last turn, but that boost is only till the end of the turn. So his true attack still gets the reduction.
on the card it doesn't say to the end of the turn.
Where is
Minus is here where my hand is.
During this wave, this card gains 50 attack for every counter on the field. So it's only during this wave. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, during this wave.
Neo,
Oh,
read the card. Read.
because usually it's like it says like at the end of the wave.
Nope, it says
Yeah.
during the
So
wave.
you just forgot Neo is a Yu-Gi-Oh player.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. So yeah, you are at 0 attack right now. Would you like to change your strategy? I would be open to you. Actually, how would you? Yeah, you could get the boost instead if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's not feasible for me to not get it.
Okay, so in that
I
case,
need the boost.
so he would still die, break my fortification. I'd be at 150 still. This would die, and I would get a. How much attack do you have? I would get a 150 attack token. I'll put that in my assault zone. And based on the order of battle priority, you would I would attack next, right? Because when the battle priority was set, this was still stronger than this. So I would swing into Selenis, destroy it, swing into you at 300, obviously die. You take 100 damage, so when your effect ends, you'll have that 100 damage reflected. That is fine. And yeah, last battle that would happen is you boosted by 50 for each of these, so you're at 150. We tie, so we both die. Okay, and that is the turn. Oh wait, sorry, movement phase 2, so this would move up, and that is the turn. Okay, all right. Turn 4, draw phase, right? Yo, Vance, how you doing? Am I the only one confused here? The rules are all up on the channel. If you've never seen the rules before, it's gonna be confusing. It's like looking at a foreign language and trying to understand what's going on without reading any of the guides for it. So you need to take a look. It sounds like EMAS. Don't sweat it. I mean, it sounds more complicated than it is. If base mechanics confuse you, you can watch tutorials. Exactly, right? Hey, Storm, I'm glad you think the tutorials are well done. I put a lot of effort into those, right? But yeah, okay, so turn 4, I've only got these, so I will put these on the field. I'm at 450 life. Where are you at?
800.
What the hell? What the
Oh,
hell?
700.
Oh, that's still too many. That's still too many.
Oh, this is only
What the
700.
hell?
You're probably gonna hit me eventually.
If I'm hitting you right now, what? Okay, I obviously have turn priority, so you reveal first, thanks. Fuck's sake.
I mean, you're probably winning this. I'm out of source.
Okay.
Yeah,
I reveal Leonidas, Assault, and 1 rune face down. Wave start, nothing to be activated. We go movement phase 1. This moves up. This moves up. You have, so you're currently at 50 defense left. If you
50 defense.
If you activate your thing, that brings you up to 150. So I'm going to, before the battle phase starts, activate Ancient Pasture to reset the attack and defense of my Ancient Beast avatar, to reset Invictus back to 200. Battle phase 1 occurs. Invictus swings into this at 150, destroys it, gain a token at that same value. This is probably more or less done. This goes to grave. This guy swings. Actually, no, yeah, Leonidas might as well swing. This thing has what, 0 attack? Yeah, 0 attack. So I'll destroy it. I mean, I'll still get the token because I'm petty. I'll still get my 0 attack token. Hell, I'll put it in the counter zone even. And the other token has 150. And then I attack you directly
200 this round.
No, I only attack you directly for 150.
I summoned Lilith.
Oh, right. And I summoned Leonidas and only him. Yeah, so I lose 100. All right. That puts me at 350 for turn. And we move to turn 5, draw. And then he would be up here. But he wouldn't be able to attack that turn anyway.
Oh, you did.
I mean, I can. I've only got 1 card that I can summon. Do I
have a rune.
Do I even summon? I'm not even gonna summon. I'm not summoning anything. I'm trying to just. I need to get my life points higher than you as quickly as possible, so I'm not summoning.
Ready for movement phase?
Ready for movement phase. Yep. Movement phase 1 happens. Nothing really to be said.
I have a rune.
Okay. Are you doing anything with it?
Well, guess we'll find out.
All right. Battle phase 1. I attack you directly for a total of 400. Do you? Can you stop this?
Nope.
Oh, okay. All of these attacks go through. What is this? Oh, that's peak. Yeah, no, this is over. I am sorry.
Yeah, the only cards I had was like Copper Binding and
okay. So
Forest.
So we assume that I wouldn't be able to kill you this turn, so we would go to a turn 6, but you wouldn't really be able to stop.
Why would you not be able to kill me this turn?
I can only do 400 damage to you this turn.
Can the tokens not attack it directly?
It can, but Invictus only has 50 attack left.
Oh, okay.
Because he took out your Centaur Sage at 150. Right? So I can only do 400 damage to you in this turn. We'd go to turn 5. You might put a wall up, but I could still break through it and or just win on life with the cards on field. So that's GG's. I like to think that this deck is a lot better for Forest Guards
balanced.
For Forest Guards to be able to put up that much of a fight, like for you to put pressure on me like that. I think that this deck is balanced because Forest Guards are not like I had to switch. I had to stop playing defensive halfway through and start playing aggressive because yeah, that is Forest Guards probably aren't the strongest deck in the format.
I'd say they kind of are. I'll say that they're pretty up there. Like,
oh no, they're not.
Of them, I'll say the major archetypes, we've balanced them to be equivalent to each other.
I feel like the only thing holding Forest Guard back is that they've only got 2 attackers, right? If you deal with Entity, Minos is only like half of an attacker. Because yes, he boosts his stats, but he loses his true
Minus
value
is the attack and defense of the
exactly,
whole.
right? He's
so
a mid-range.
he can't play double duty.
Exactly. So I would say Entity is your only real attacker, which is the only thing that holds them back. When they get more support, I do think Forest Guard will cook, but right now I would put them in like 4th place at best. I think Entity is a really good card, but as of right now, especially because the Forest counters don't do anything great for them yet except boost attack, when they get the ability to start like, okay, remove a force counter, isolate something, or remove a force counter, do X, Y, or Z, then they can really pop off with the counters. But right now, there's not that much they can do with the counters. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll say the main issue is like protecting your counters. Like we've made accumulating counters pretty easy.
Yeah.
But when a card with counters is destroyed,
It's
you
painful.
feel that.
Yeah. It hurts.
When Minus died,
right?
I was like,
it
oh my
hurts, but it's supposed to, right? I feel like it is painful, but in a good way. So this deck is probably still tier 1. The deck that I'm playing is probably still tier 1. Maybe tier 2.
You usually switched up, and you can switch up.
It's so versatile. I didn't realize that this deck was as versatile as it was. You're not, as long as you make the switch early on enough, you can switch up your playstyle halfway through the game and switch from defense to offense. So this deck is probably tier 1, in my opinion. Even without the isolate rune to help them set up, it's just easier to sort of disrupt their starting strategy. But even with that, we've seen that doesn't take me out of the game completely, because you did that turn 1 and got through with a 400 attacker, but I just had walls, and you only had 2 attackers, so you couldn't really get through for a clean hit. But yeah,
because like you can fortify turn 2.
Turn 3.
Yeah, 3.
Right. So, well, technically they can fortify turn 1, but it just wasn't worth it. It just wasn't worth it to do it.
No, as in like you're cooking. Your defense is pretty solid.
Yeah.
You're cooking.
Right? We never even factored in the fact that, who was it? I think Leonidas was supposed to have come in at 350 attack and be fortified because he was an Aria card.
Yeah,
we never we never factored that in. He was supposed to be at 350 attack. He was supposed to be fortified on summon because he was the next card I summoned after the Aria monster.
Tier 1. I say like definitely.
Yeah, this is tier 1. But again, nothing about this felt oppressive, so I'm still hesitant to nerf this.
I mean, yeah, I would agree with you. Like, it's not like last time where you were clowning me. You're like, dog, what are you trying to do, bro?
Yeah, like you at least got to play the game, is what I'd say here.
The way you had your audacity to be like, the way you beat this deck is you just don't summon. You just look at them, and they look at you and just say, oh, this is clearly the Forest Guard, the ancient beast substance, which you don't summon. So like, you just don't summon.
You know the crazy thing? I feel like your best bet. Oh no, but Minos isn't even built like that. I was about to say your best bet might have been to like just have Solenis and Minus and try and block as best you could, but Minus has to be in the assault or counter zone or the defense zone, which isn't really helpful. So yeah, there's nothing really that could have been done in this situation other than just not playing it. Even with that, because I switched strategies, it didn't work out. So good game.
I definitely could have won. Just better token management, better like
You feel like it?
Yeah.
That's good. No, that's really
I
good.
feel like if you're a good Forest Guard and like you're good micro, like you can cook this matchup. It's not gonna be easy. It's definitely like
good.
A battle, like you're fighting.
Agreed.
And I feel like that's gonna be like every Forest Guard matchup, because you're gonna have to macro like, because Entity's a good attacker, but like turn 4 or 5, it's gonna be hefty for him.
That's fair. I feel like your use of Dryad surprised me, because you didn't use his his rune recycle effect to get more runes in play, because that would have let you boost Entity another time if you had gotten your runes back.
Yeah, so I was planning to. So that's what I was talking about with like better token management, because like you need to be like mindful of where you're placing your tokens, because like because my original plan was to summon Center Sage, Dryad, and like Entity, like activate all bare runes turn 1, and then when a Dryad was going to destroy themselves, activate Wall to protect Dryad, because Dryad doesn't actually remove the tokens for his effect.
No, he does not.
So I'll just straight up just get all the runes back, and I'll keep Dryad. So next turn I could get the runes back again. But I realized for that setup, I'm like kind of like fragile.
Not only are you fragile, but with the way you set things up turn 1, you didn't have any tokens. You didn't have any counters to generate because there's no card in that set that can generate any count. I didn't realize that's what you were trying to do, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. That was my original plan, but then I realized, oh, that's kind of fragile. I'm not like really cooking with that. So I was like, okay, let's switch up. Let's set up turn 1. We'll put Centaur Sage. We'll put Dryad.
Makes
and
sense.
Then turn 2, we'll do the recycling thing.
No, that's fair.
So that's why I was like, because in that way you're more secure. You can set up entity, start doing pressure and doing stuff, and then like Dryad.
I definitely felt the pressure from entity. If anything, though,
is Dryad support? Because if it's support, Dryad in Nexus.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, that's what I always play Dryad in Nexus. I was so confused when you put him in the counter zone. I was like, what the hell are you doing? He's a support card, right?
I did not know that. I was just like, he has stats. He can like
an attack. No, that's not what he's for. No. You know what's crazy actually? Yeah.
To read.
Neosha just not reading his cards. Also, from what I can see, I remember more about what the design ethos was with this deck. A lot of them are support cards. Even Minos is a support card, right? He's a dual type, right? Which means that instead of using him as an attacker, you could just use him, put him in the Nexus and use him to try and block attacks. Forest Guard, I think, is far from solved. I think my playstyle with them is solved, but in general, there's a lot of ways that the cards can be applied, and that's cool. Right, it's more.
Yeah, I'm gonna cook something with like entity, Dryad, Centaur Sage.
Okay.
And then, recycle that.
I mean, in effect,
that's just so nice.
Bro,
like,
in effect, that I'm surprised you didn't try and use was Encore. Right, you could have double ignited turn 1 if you had set yourself up for that. Right? Because it doesn't say you can only reuse Forest Guard runes. You can reuse any rune that was used. So after you used Ignite to reduce my attack and defense on one card on my
and
Nadia,
then turn 2, I'm gonna get Dryad anyway, so I can like cook.
Right? So you could have set yourself up to have both my cards ignited turn 1 and then start doing your other plays.
Could you swarm with that? Like isolate counter, go beat his face.
Oh yeah, you can
then
actually
play double attack and isolate his counter again.
So, but the thing with the isolate is you have to discard to act.
Yeah, it's place. I thought I was gonna.
The game ends on turn 2, bro. I don't care if I discard.
Wait, hold on. So you isolate counter. What else?
On turn 1, I isolate counter. The same play as you saw it here. But on turn 2, I isolate your counter again and play 2 more attackers to run you down.
If he had done that, Entity would never have been able to challenge me the way that he did with that 400 attack.
Yeah, because
he would be stuck at 150.
I would not have the boosts.
He wouldn't. Entity would have gotten destroyed turn 2 in that situation. Yeah, I see the strat, but again, part of the way to and again, these guys only have 2 attackers. When they get more attackers,
oh yeah, I wouldn't be able to like double ignite because it's that was used this turn.
Oh yeah,
you had a 400 beauty.
What I would have said is Selenis turn 1, ignite, and then ignite again. That way, by the time the next turn rolls around, both Invictus and Nadia have lost 100 attack and defense respectively each.
Wait, so technique.
So I guess you'd put entity in the counter then. I guess so. You put entity in the counter.
You could do. I mean, you could put him. You could put him in the assault turn 1, let him cook, let him double rune, and then turn 2 start using him as your attacker by using the runes and everything. Again, there's so many ways you can apply this deck. That's why the synergy rating is so high.
Yeah, because like
even though they're not that.
Then
because
then you'd be like 100 less.
Exactly,
and then,
right? So it makes you even better. So again, this deck has such a high synergy rating because I know that they're not insane right now, but as you can see, the potential to cook something with this is so high.
And if you Selenis, you don't need to destroy him because all the tokens are already gone.
Exactly. So it wouldn't matter. So Selenis would still be on the field. You'd have gotten a double ignite off.
I have a question. So
yes.
So Selenis tutelage is per every rune that's activated. So if you have a rune, do I have to place a Forest Guard counter?
Yes, you do.
Oh, so it's like mandatory. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean,
So I guess.
if you didn't want to keep the counter, you could just remove it at the end of the turn instead of destroying Selenis.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's optional to remove.
Exactly,
Yeah.
so it's your choice. There's a lot of ways to play this deck, which is why the synergy rating. I mean, you'd think that this deck would have one of the lower synergy ratings, but it has the highest in the game. It's the only deck that has 8s. But that's
Yeah, so that's the
reason.
thing. Like, I feel like we underestimate them. You definitely underestimate. You're saying like
I'm the one who's
Minus-
suggesting all these great plays. I know that they're good. I just feel like they need a bit more to really be there. But I know that they're good, especially with the most recent. set of
I'm not
picks.
saying like underestimate as in like their capabilities. Underestimate as in like
Bro,
not
bro,
using them. Like when you think of
Yeah.
a deck, you don't think of.
Well, yeah, because it's not my
Forest
play
Guard.
style. It's just
Yeah.
I know it's good, but it's not me.
Sol looks at them, thinks they're balanced. I don't want them. I want something broken.
Exactly. That's how my brain works, right? No, but this isn't my favorite deck to play. My favorite deck to play right now, honestly,
Why?
is the Ancient Melody or Gladiators plus Minotaurs. That's my favorite decks.
Why do you think Ryu had 7 erratas so far?
Exactly. I want to play
Funny
the
how
broken
Soul
stuff.
stopped playing and wondering the moment they got
Because
balanced.
we're balance testing it and it's balanced. We're
You're
balance
right,
testing
Zane.
it and
You're
it's
right.
balanced now.
I
What do
know.
you mean?
Zane speaking the truth. The moment Soul switches
Oh,
up so
my dude.
quick.
I hate you guys. I hate you guys so much. No, I
Soul
still
just
love
be
Wanderings.
switching up.
So when the game is actually out, Wanderings will be in my top 5, in my top 3 favorite decks. But as we're balance testing, I do feel like I enjoy, even overall, I feel like I enjoy Gladiators more than Wanderings. Just their playstyle is fun to me, right? I don't know. I just enjoy what they do. In any event, that's the game. I think we are balanced here. I think we have balanced out the Ancient Melody strategy. I hope. Maybe we find out later that no, this is still too wild. At which point we'll revisit it. But right now, I feel happy about the way it looks. I mean, Zane, you saw that game play out. Did you see anything that you were like, "Hey, I can break that," or did it look good?
I've seen only half of the play,
Ah, well,
but from what I've seen, nah.
okay.
I mean, returning any rune might be like,
That might need to be
but
changed.
on the other hand, it's a synergy rating 8 deck. Okay,
Exactly.
How do I break this?
Exactly. So it's contained. I wanted to give them more flexibility, but then contain it within, like, okay, you have to play Forest
Like-
Guards.
Technically, if you play card exchange twice,
Holy shit! Oh my
you could
days.
draw 2 on rune. That will be easier to dig for your vanillas.
I just
or
realized.
Youngstooth?
I just realized that this you can double card. Yeah, that. I mean, you know what? I think I'm. My initial
There's
instinct is,
nothing
oh my
broken
goodness.
to dig
Yeah.
for.
I think that's
That's
fine.
the point. Like,
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's not like there's other decks where card exchange has synergy. Card exchange is detrimental. Like I ran out of resources.
I mean,
I don't know if you noticed,
would
but I
tell
was
this.
gassed.
With the amount of decks that can shuffle resources back or needs to shuffle cards back into the deck to activate effects I've saw being created, so card exchange wouldn't be as detrimental in the future.
Okay, well.
Wyverns
Yeah.
shuffle.
Yeah.
Like even the other the first one that just end the rune that removed from play, we made it shuffle
Yeah. Yeah. We did. We
card
changed
back,
that.
right? So even
Yeah.
that rune, if that rune comes out, that evens card exchange, even if itself.
Yeah. So I feel like we're in good standing. I agree. I think it's fine. Everything's fine right now. So is there anything left? I guess maybe we test this deck out against a few other decks just to see how the matchups go. But we've looked at
So yeah, we've looked at the major ones. Now we need to see like, is this obliterating every single like other like bungus?
Bro, Iron Coppers they can't mess the strategy up. No, I was about to lie. Iron Coppers don't stop this. Minotaurs don't stop this. Harpies obviously don't stop this. Daemons are up in the air. I think gladiators have the potential to stop this, to be fair.
Wait, does fortified work on attack as well?
What?
Fortified works on attack as well, right?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Okay.
Right? I think gladiators can stop it because they have cards like Caligula where it's just like, hey, if I would have won the battle, destroy this card. So it doesn't matter if you fortify yourself, I still get to destroy you, right?
Yeah, I feel like that's next.
So I do think that's a good
Gladiator.
counter.
Your two favorite decks, Gladiators minus.
Yeah, because Minotaur, I'll be honest, minus doesn't do shit in this matchup. It's not doing anything. Yeah?
Does that card that destroys during battle targets?
No.
Okay.
Should it?
It's playing safe?
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't have to target because is if you're battling like.
That's what
if,
I was thinking.
If you would win a battle, target the defending card, destroy it. Because if a card is untargetable for some reason, that would protect from this effect. And without it, protection against targets becomes far weaker against this deck.
But is that necessarily a bad
Is
thing?
that an
Because
issue? Yeah, exactly.
if I would have destroyed you by battle, so I would have destroyed
It
you
depends
anyway.
when it comes out.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, that's the kind of thing I think that wouldn't be too hard to change, just adding a targeting mechanic rather than creating a whole new effect in the code. So I think we can test it and see. But I get
I
what
would
you
say
mean.
is
I came up with a
if
fun
we
idea.
create a card that is immune to targeting or like has targeting protection, like having card that can destroy it still seems bust. Gonna be the best protection in the game.
True. I mean, counters exist.
You still can be destroyed by battle, and battle is most of destruction in this game so far. So like,
Yeah.
Yes.
okay.
So it's just
what
51.
I wanted to say, in Legends of Runeterra,
Yeah.
we have a circle icon on the left on the play keyword, and if there is a circle icon, it means it goes on a spell stack. If it doesn't have it, it doesn't go on a spell stack.
Okay.
What am I going to? We can make a target icon next to the effect to show that it targets, or no icon to show that it doesn't target, and that will cut a lot of text.
I see what you're trying to say. Oh. So instead of saying target a card on the field, just put the icon. So it would just be do this to a card, and then the icon would let you know that it's a targeted effect.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Or we can just play, icon. Instead of saying target a card on the field, you just place the icon and then the effect.
I kind of like that. I feel like that helps to simplify card text a little bit more. Instead of saying target a card on the field, is that? And I feel like having an icon makes it more approachable to newer players, if anything, where it's like, okay, this targets, this doesn't target. Let me sit down with that.
That could be said with like a lot of things. Like instead of having, because we have keywords, we could have key icons because they already have visualizations.
I mean, I agree with that, but then I want to try and only use icons for like core things or things that don't always come up. Like something that always comes up is battle. So I would never use an icon to describe battle because it's so commonplace. But something that doesn't always come up is targeting, because if you have too many icons, I feel like learned players will be able to memorize all your icons, but we already have, I think, 15 icons for just the status effects. So I'm trying to be, and no, more than that, because there's also the icon for effects that can be activated from grave and effects that can be activated from hand. So what I want to try and do is only use icons for something that is very important, but also that isn't like super in your face, where it's like, okay, you would know this anyway. Targeting, I feel like, does save quite a bit of card text for us.
Okay, so
And you can just
targeting
make-
hand grave, is that it so far?
And
Yeah,
you
those-
can make the icon to target, and then if it's not target anything, then you're targeting, and after that you can say avatar. Target.
Wait, but hold on. What about effects that target specific things? Where it's like, okay, target specifically an assault type avatar. I guess it could say you can reduce the attack of an assault type avatar and then just have the target there. Never mind. I solved the problem immediately in my head.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You can
Never
do that.
mind.
Or you can
Right.
just place the icon and then specify rank 2. Like it's not a problem to add some text after the icon that's supposed to mean target
So where
instead of writing the whole sentence, right?
So what I'm thinking of how to apply it is, you know how you suggested that you put the icon for the cards that can be activated from the hand next to the conditional, next to the effect type? I'm thinking of putting, just for the aesthetic of the way the layout of the game is looking, to put the target symbol there as well. So with that in mind, I don't think it being accompanied by text would work. So I want to try and work around that. But I like the idea. Targeting isn't a status effect, but it's something that could just be simplified by the use of a symbol. So if something targets, yeah,
We can work around that.
yeah, okay, I'm gonna write that down. That is good soup. That is very good soup. Thank you.
Why are you saying good soup?
It's Nat. She's got it stuck in my head, man. That's what she says. I'm
My
sorry.
my friend's nickname in League is Good Soup,
Oh my.
and my other friend is Bad Soup.
Why?
Are you mildly appealing soup?
Yes, and the third friend is Mild Soup, and I
Wow.
became Spicy Soup today.
What? You guys are weird,
Why
but
are
it
you
sounds
playing League?
funny.
The issue is not your name. The issue is that you're playing League.
Instead of making
Yes.
icon for target effects, instead of writing it in the card.
How
text.
is Runeterra?
Okay.
Because I've heard like not
Oh.
good things about it. So
Right? It was a good scene. Adam Driver saying good soup is legendary. I don't even know what that is.
I don't know. Like I'm having fun in Runeterra. I mean, the main issue is every card is so accessible that if you want to climb to gold or even through silver, you're constantly facing top meta decks because everybody has every card in the game.
That sounds
And
fun.
that might be frustrating because you're playing against 2 or 3 decks that are in the meta.
That sounds.
And,
So,
and if you
how
pick a wrong
oppressive.
deck, you don't climb.
how oppressive are the meta decks?
It's been worse. We have worse types than this.
Okay. How often is like card release and stuff?
Guys, I think
Really? It was pretty odd when they were introduced new against us. And now
I don't mean to interject. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you guys. I don't think we have that much left to playtest in the current set.
I would agree.
Like looking over it, maybe we just, and again, it's not even to like playtest. We just want to see how well Ancient Melody matches up against other decks. The only thing that I would say might warrant a look is Wyverns a second time. I've tested Asylums and they are not strong enough to be a threat. There's some fun control play in there. There is, right, where you can stop graveyard play. So all these decks that can get cards out of the graveyard, they can stop that. But that's all that they really do well right now. So they're not like, oh yes,
Is the archetype that tributes your opponent cards still in?
no, they are not in the current build. They are not in the current build. Now they're gonna come out way later, right?
I'm actually like so surprised that one point we thought
What
releasing
what synergy writing
Kaiju's
is-
day one was a good idea.
What synergy writing is Umbridge?
Umbridge is 7.
Okay.
So he can only be
Can
played
I
with, like-
break something else?
Yeah, look, I'm genuinely trying and break the game right now because I think we did it, guys. I think we Salt threw us for a loop with the whole, hey, what if you play Defensive Beast? You just turned the game on its head. I love Salt. But yeah, no, other than that, now that we've plugged that hole, I think, I don't think you can break the game. I mean, watch you prove me wrong, but I feel like you'd be
I'd say
hard
that probably like
pressed.
the next degenerate strategy might be like Reapers and like Harpies.
Even that
But
doesn't look like it's too wild. I mean, I never fully
Are
tested
Harpies
it.
synergy rating 3?
They
Mhm.
are, yes.
Hmm.
Right? They have a synergy rating 4, but there's enough of them that you can play them at synergy rating 3.
Okay, so if you combine them, what's your turn 1 play? Because you
Um,
kind of want Harpies and
so it's just
So,
the
I-
Harpy
At the
that
same
steals
time.
life.
So I built a deck to sort of do the mind map of it, right? And my turn 1 looked like this. I'll show you what I had in mind. Let me just delete all this so we have space. Right?
God, I need to go on the biggest screen again.
Go for it. Here's the resource.
You should probably play like the isolate rune as well, because like as we've seen, like you can only play 2 cards in the assault defense.
Yeah.
You can like if they don't, you can guarantee that
Sorry,
you
that-
get past the counters.
So, normally I can sort of make out what you're saying, but that one was too much. You please go again. Please go again.
I
I would-
understood him.
Yeah,
I
I would
should have
say
tried
play
harder.
the assault rune. Okay, I'll say play the assault rune because it guarantees you make it past the counter zone.
But then that's only relevant if you're playing a deck that is using the counter zone and they choose to use it turn 1. Again, it did work out for you, but that's only if, because for example, I'm trying to think of a deck that's like this. Actually, to be fair, quite a
But
few
I would
decks do use
say-
a counter.
I mean, even if they don't use the counter, you can like use it for assault. I feel like it's a good idea if your deck wants to be in your opponent's defensive zone.
I mean,
Then
Reapers do, but at the same time, I don't feel like Reapers. Well, I guess you can discard a rune for them. I guess you could.
Yeah.
But this is what my opening hand looked like. I had Umbrage turn
because if you
1.
discard a rune, you can like bring it back with ward. So
You
it's usually,
can
like,
actually.
double,
Oh
like-
wait. Oh yeah. No, you are right. I have the freeze rune in my hand, so I must have agreed with you at some point. I put it. This is the deck that I made
I
this
mean,
deck list
yeah.
and saved it. So yeah, I must have agreed.
It
with
used to
your
be-
logic,
It was a little more broken last time, so
right.
it makes sense.
Oh, true. Yep, this is the old version of freeze. So even with the new version, I do think what you said makes sense. So that's fair. So my turn 1 would involve going Grimace, of course, because he's our defense. Put Umbrage on the field early, and then back that up with either Kronos or Ostara. Kronos if I want him to build power and start dealing more damage, but Ostara says... Where is she? Ostara says, when this card deals damage to your opponent's Nexus Gauge by attacking directly, increase your Nexus Gauge by the amount of damage dealt. So she costs 100. On the turn that she summons, she can gain you 50, and then gain you 50 every turn after that, so long as Umbrage doesn't get dealt with. Then from the next turn, you can play Kronos to increase the amount of damage you're dealing, or switch depending on what you care more about. Because Kronos builds damage every single turn, you might want to have him at 150 turn 1, 200 turn 2, and then summon her, and then you just sort of try and snowball from there. It's not the craziest, like Reaper's playstyle doesn't really change that much off of this, and I think it is still a risky-ish way to play the deck.
Does the attack boost rune only work on Reapers, right?
Yep, it only works on Reapers. That would be crazy.
So I'll say
if it
probably
didn't.
you turn, you probably summon Astara first, and then turn 2 you summon Cronus and that rune. So like if Cronus is getting pressed, you can like boost him up.
That's fair. No, you make sense. You speak truth. You speak truth, right? And then she sort of helps to mitigate the cost of using that rune because she's gaining you the life back. The drawback to this is you have Scythe in your hand turn 1 for Call of the Immortal, but you have to hard draw Sickle with this setup. So you have to hard draw your attack booster. That's the big, I think, thing that you have to sort of give up to play them like this. But yeah, it's definitely different from the regular Reaper plays, but it's not so different that I'm like, oh, this breaks it, because at the end of the day, it's the same thing. If your opponent can deal with Umbrage, tough titties, because you're in the same spot.
Yeah, I would say might be like the best way to play Reapers.
I
Is
agree.
what I'm trying to say.
No, I agree with you 100%. It's just like
And Reapers
yeah.
is probably like tier 1 as well. So I'll say like this is probably like.
I would have put Reapers at tier 2.
Really?
You think tier 1? The reason why I would put them at tier 2 is because of their lack of defenses. Offensively, if we were just looking at offenses, I would agree tier 1. But their defenses, in my opinion, are lackluster, and that's on purpose. That's not an accident. So I feel like that's what puts them at tier 2. But I get why someone would put them at tier 1. I don't think you're crazy for putting them at
in
tier
my
1.
opinion, I'll say they're the best deck in the games right now.
Fair. That's fair.
So that's why I would say tier 1, because like the best deck in the
That's
game
fair.
can't be tier 2.
Right? Hey, I say that's fair. I think. What do I think the best deck in the game is?
Nia, but are you sure? Are you sure you read their effects properly? Did you
Yeah.
read the cards?
Reapers, I know. Like Forest Guard, I wasn't cooking with, so
Yeah, no, Reapers is like Neo's deck. If I want to get a good Reapers duel, I hit up Neo. Right? He's the one who I trust the most with that deck right now. So I believe that's why I believe your assessment. I think it's valid because you play the deck more than I do. It's not really my play style. I'm not a massive fan, but you seem to enjoy it. It's
big
just
boy go big.
exactly. It just seems so simple where it's like, okay, it seems like there's enough counters, especially with the little changes and tweaks that they've had. I don't think that they're defensive enough. Like, for example, Umbridge's first swing is no longer protected. So if your opponent can destroy Umbridge on his first swing, then he's dead. Right? Now, the bright side of that is you get to activate Ruin to destroy something else. The downside of that is Umbridge is dead, which is, right? Like, to me, that is a glaring defensive weakness. But again, it's an intentional one because his first swing being protected means that Umbridge is always safe and he's always resetting. So I think it's balanced, but I would say it's too top heavy to be tier 1 in my opinion. Right? The whole
I would say
deck
there's not
revolves around
like
Umbridge.
crazy removal for it not to be tier 1.
It doesn't.
Oh,
No,
definitely,
It doesn't have to be.
definitely gonna fall off.
So what I mean is it doesn't have to be removal. Like, for example, if I reduce Umbridge's attack, even if it's not his original attack, mid-swing on his first swing, Umbridge is dead. Your deck falls apart. What are you gonna do, bro? What are you gonna do?
You isolate Umbridge for one turn and your oppression is delayed by one turn, and that might be huge. Like, you ignite him and
Right? Like, there's
and he like waits one turn.
yeah. If you ignite him, wait one turn, he's at 200 attack for his first swing, which in the old way that you played the Ancient Melody deck was your counter to Umbridge. So it's like it's just too reliant on Umbridge for me to say tier 1. Again, if everything goes your way, you're cooking. But I just feel like with how many solutions decks might have to Umbridge, like, for example, let's say I let you play Umbridge on the field, and Umbridge always has to attack first, so it's so easy to read because Umbridge will be the first swing of the turn. So I just put something bigger for him to hit.
Unless something else is priority, or unless you
True.
ask him.
True, if you've got things like priority in play, then yeah, Umbridge gets to cook and everything, but there aren't that many cards that give priority right now. I think there's only one, maybe two. So right now, I just don't think Umbridge is like, I don't think Reapers are him in the meta, specifically because, like, if Reapers got another rank 3, bro, I'd be scared. I'd be scared. I would actually be scared because it's like, oh shit, there's 2 of them now. But right now, it's right. You get rid of Umbridge, and once you do that, that's your game plan. Once you do that, this deck doesn't do anything. Like, they literally don't do. The boy can't boost his attack anymore. Other boy can't protect you from destruction anymore. So it's just a matter of time before you get picked apart. So I disagree. Personally, I would say tier 2, but again, I do get the logic for tier 1 because if it all works out, then yeah, you're cooking.
So what is the best deck then? Gladiators minus?
I would give it to Ancient Melody. Ancient Beast plus Aria, I would say, is the best deck in my opinion. It's versatile. You can play it on offense. You can play it on defense. You can switch halfway through. There's a fortification that you get on turns 1, 3, and 4. It's just good at everything right now. So I would say that's the best deck. I would follow that up with... I don't feel like I'm confident enough to give it to Gladiator Minos as much as I might want to. Personally, I would still put Wandering above Reapers, personally. I just think they're more versatile. Right? They can attack, they can defend, they can do weird stuff. I don't
Would you
know.
put gladiators above reapers?
Gladiators by themselves above Reapers? No. Gladiators Minos above Reapers? I think they win that matchup more often than they don't, in my opinion. Yeah, I would, because again, Gladiator Minos, Reaper, Umbrage turn 1 won't be able to get through, so he's just chilling. Not to mention they can fortify the Minos, the Minotaur card, so your other guy's not getting through either. They just put they're able to do a lot of different things and try and go for lethal sooner than Reapers can go for lethal. So Reapers have more consistent power because Gladiators run out of steam on like turn 3. Reapers don't run out of steam, but it's faster in my opinion to the kill.
Mm.
Well, no, against other decks it's not faster to the kill because it takes like 2-3 turns, whereas Reapers just break through and then they start dealing consistent damage. Yeah, it's faster to the kill. I was about to double back, but no, I think I stand by that. Reapers is good, don't get me wrong, but I like that we can debate who's at the top because there's strengths and weaknesses to every deck. Like for example, when it comes to Gladiators, it's like, okay, what if you just don't induct enough cards? I feel like they don't have a problem with that, but also, what happens when Hadrian dies? You've got Caligula, you've got a couple of your cards. Actually, no, you know what? Gladiators are pretty well rounded. No, I put them firmly above Reapers. They've got more draw power. They don't have defense. They don't have defense for shit, but they if you pair them with Minotaurs, it's solid, I would say. It's solid. What other decks are there? Yeah, I think that's everything. Like everything.
Yeah, actually, yeah, to be fair, if you're using Hadrian defensively, like the 3 turns it can buy you, like I feel like you can beat Reapers
Exactly.
flimsy defense in those 3
Exactly, right? Because Hadrian is your only defense. You turn 1 Provocateur and you use Minotaurs to block. Turn 2 Hadrian, he survives everything for that turn. Turn 3 Hadrian blocks for you again. So Reaper's main thing, breaking cards and dealing damage, just doesn't work. If they swing, they just lose attack on Hadrian until he hits 0. After turn 3, when they've lost all their steam, if they haven't killed you yet, you're probably cooking them. But again,
make it a turn 3 is the keyword.
Exactly.
Like, they did their full breaking for Reapers in 3 turns.
Yeah, I think Gladiators definitely break Reapers in 3. So I give it to Gladiators. So I would say Reapers is tier 2 to tier 3 in my opinion. Ancient Melody, then Gladiators and Wandering at tier 2, then Reapers at tier 3 is what I would say. Reapers, Forest Guard at tier 3. Or maybe it's Forest Guard Rogue, I don't know. Somewhere in there.
So you put Forest Guard below Reapers then?
Oh yeah,
is that what you're saying?
I do put Forest Guard below Reapers still. I think there's potential there, and if someone's able to figure out, hey, this kind of brave, this is crazy kind of thing, because even that Forest Guards beat Reapers, bro. Forest Guards, do I give it to Reapers actually? Because Forest Guards have the potential to hard counter them. They can directly reset Umbrage's original attack. Although that's not as big of a problem because of the support that they got. He can reset his original attack back up. No, I give it to Reapers. I give that matchup to Reapers. Yeah, you have to be smart about it. They could win, but I would say 7 times out of 10, Reapers take that matchup. So yeah, I put Reapers above Forest Guard. Bro, Iron Copper's kind of cooked too. Iron Coppers can bounce your rank 1 Reaper cards. Bro, Iron Copper's kind of crazy. Iron Copper's kind of crazy. Man?
Yeah, so Ancient Melodies, Wandering, Ancient Miners, not Ancient Miners.
Gladiator Minus, yeah.
Gladiator Minus, all tier 1.
I would put those guys at tier 2. I would put Wandering, because I can't put them on the same level as Ancient Melody. So I think Ancient Melody tier 1, Gladiator Minos and Wandering tier 2, Reapers and Forest Guards tier 3. It's how I would break up this meta.
And then like a bunch of like ancient whatever.
Yeah, ancient piece combos just splattered around in there. I think ancient Asylum could be like a cool anti-meta deck where it's like, okay, that counters gladiators and it counters what else? It counters gladiators, it counters reapers a little bit. Anything that wants to fish things out of the graveyard, basically. Ancient Asylum would counter because they're very good at protecting the little dog that prevents things from moving out of the graveyard. And then Osiris is good at, you know, messing with Nexus plays. So they're solid. They're solid. So I would give them solid rogue tier status. Maybe a synergy rating 6 version of the Wanderings without Ryu, and you mix that in with like Iron Coppers or something. That could be some heat. I probably wouldn't play it, but you know, that could be fun. But there's so many different decks you could. I'm so happy, man. I'm so happy for how far this game has come. Like the amount of variation. This feels like a TCG, you guys. This feels so real, so fun. It's amazing. It's just now it's just coding it. I feel like the actual balance of the first 122 is good, and I feel like it's it's way too soon, in my opinion, to start like actively balancing the year 1 cards. I that's my personal opinion. It feels like it's not going to be relevant to balance them for at least another year, because it's like, what do you do with them? I guess to have them ready, but there's only so far we can predict the meta of the game. Like if I see the meta of the game shifting, I might change the release order of the cards, right? It's like, okay, the game needs this right now or this right now, you know? Oh wait, Zane, did you say something?
Yeah, it was just affirming your opinions.
Yeah, so it's just like, I mean, maybe we do like the first 6 decks that would get added in, because I feel like that might be consistent, but from then, player data and player feedback is going to be so up in the air that it's impossible to know what would be the best thing to release next. So I would say those 6 releases, those 6 sets can be added into what we test. And then after that, guys, I think we're done testing. Right? Which is crazy to me to say. But yeah, because nothing feels too hurtful. Sometimes Ancient Melody feels a bit too hurtful, but let's not think about that right now. Players might not even figure that deck out. Players might not even try that, right? That's not going to be the first thing that comes to your mind when you get this game. The first thing that's going to come to your mind is probably the Wandering subset with the dragons, and then you might try the wyverns, and you're not going to think Ancient Melody day 1. So it'll take some time for that meta to even form.
Yeah, because we will be making it. Everyone will be clapping up. Everyone
we're gonna cook.
What's Neoshock doing at number 1?
Bro, I'm gonna be good at my own game. I'm actually gonna be good at my own game because day 1 I am cooking with this deck.
So you will be good until you hit on me or Neo.
Yeah, because we cooking.
You actually know how to play the game. You guys actually know how to play the game.
I believe there will be some madmans that will go to your channel and look through VODs for top strategies.
True, actually. Yeah. They'll probably come and try and find what we did during playtesting. And I mean, when the game comes out, I'm going to make content for the game, review things. Basically like what I would do for Master Duel or Duel Links, but I do it for my own game. It's like the official source of news that players will get. That way there's lots of active community feedback. Like people will know what's coming.
You'd be like, I used this deck to get tier 1 in Summoners Nexus.
Exactly, right? Yeah, how I beat my own game. That's it.
You need to create some false deck that is strong but loses to one archetype.
100%. I'm not starting with.
Recommended the tier. This is tier 1.
Ain't no way I'm starting with the secret sauce. Nah. So we start with all the other stuff. I mean, I'm gonna make shorts about some of these strategies and everything, but in a short format to get people excited about the game or try and build some traction around the game. Because I think now that we're getting towards the end of the testing section, I'm gonna focus on development and then focus on making some content. So just lots of shorts, maybe try and get 2 shorts out a week while I'm working. And if I can't get shorts out, just put out more OSTs and so on and so forth. So I think we still got maybe 1 or 2 testing sessions to do, because I'd like to see wyverns again. Yeah, I think I'd like to see
wyverns. Actually, one thing with Ancient Melody, I was actually surprised that turn 2, I thought you gotta go more ham. All you did turn 2 was just summon the other Arya.
Yeah, turn 2 is really weak for this deck. Turn 2 is probably one of their weakest points. Not one of. Turn 2 is probably the weakest points because if they do, so if I do not top deck an Ancient Beast card turn 2, well, to be fair, whatever I top deck I can use because remember my opening hand has to be all 3 Arias and I summon both of my Ancient Beasts turn 1. That's all 5 cards. From that point forward, I'm playing.
I just realized.
What?
You know, like attack to entity and minus, and they will destroy your.
So, say that again.
Does the Aria card fortify all others or itself?
No, it fortifies all others. The card that destroyed your card was Vespera, not Merides. Merides is a yellow one, Vespera is a purple one. So that was on turn 3.
Yeah, so and attacked with entity, which was a 100, and minus, which was a 150.
Yeah.
So shouldn't Vespera died
She
and
did.
minus survived?
No, you both died.
Yeah. They both died.
Yeah,
right?
minus
You
and Vespera died.
Yeah, exactly. So you attacked at 100 while she was fortified and broke the fortification. You died. She was still at 150. Then you attacked at 150 and we both died.
My question is, why was she fortified?
Because she gets fortified on summon. It was turn 3.
So the second one is the one that fortifies. Yeah.
So turn 1, they boost the attack and defense. Turn 2, they fortify. Turn 3, they induct. And then turn 4, you summon another card and it gains all of the benefits that you spent those 4 turns building up. Which, again, the strategy taking that long to build up, I'm very glad that it's actually viable. Because it's cool. Right? It's really cool. But yeah. So I say we test out Ancient Melody one more time. I do think I'm very strongly considering reducing the attack and defense boosts that Arias give from 150 to 100.
Yeah, I would agree, because it's kind of hefty.
Right, because to give because they give fortification, so they give you 2 fortified cards. Which, I mean, they themselves aren't doing a crazy amount, but 100 fortified is basically 200. And then you can just summon anything. So normally you're summoning an Ancient Beast at 350 attack. And you also play Golgotha so you can get it to 450 fortified, depending on when you draw it. It seems like a lot. So just bringing it down by that 50, I think, tempers what they do by a little bit. If I had to make one change to the deck to say that I'm happy with it, it would be that.
I would agree with that.
Right? Yeah, so I'll put that in the notes for next time, and then we can do Wyverns versus Ancient Melody. I'm pretty sure Ancient Melody is gonna win, but I want to see how big of a fight Wyverns put up, and that I think will be the last real test. All right, boys. I think that's it then. Let me just write down that note so I don't forget. Reduce the Aria boost by 100.
So Zane, what were you cooking? What were you making in the Nexus world?
Zane made some heat. Like when let me not talk too much. When Zane showed me what he made, bro, I was like, God damn. Bro, it was fire. It was fire.
I mean, you can show it, right?
So, let me pull it up. Because, dude, it was so cool when I realized what he had actually done. At first, I didn't realize it. And then he was like, oh, by the way, this is what it actually is. And I was like, wait. Where's our chat? I think you DM'd it to me, or did you just... No, it's not in the DMs.
No, you should have access to it.
Right. It's Nemesis, right? He made...
Yeah, if you want to talk about the Nemesis, it's Nemesis.
Right, so if we scroll down to these, so yeah, he made Hecate, which I think Hecate is pretty cool. Hecate was cool, but once I saw Nemesis, I completely forgot about Hecate. Right?
I did Hecate, and then I started working on Nemesis, and then on the Saturday evening, the inspiration hit.
Makes sense. Right? I mean, I'll do a brief thing of Hecate. It's a subset that discards from the hand to gain effects, so on and so forth. Like, it's a good, don't get me wrong. I don't want to give
your hand or your opponent's hand?
Your hand, but then you can also make your opponent discard in certain situations and so on and so forth. It's a really cool deck, right? It's cool. It's fun. It's great.
Discard
Anyway,
any card or like discard an avatar?
I'm pretty sure
Depends.
it depends on the
I
situation.
mean, you're discarding any card. Your opponent, there's one effect that you call a rank, and when he draws a card, if it's the declared, if it is an avatar, and if it is declared rank by you, he discards it.
Yeah.
So like, there's a
That might be
chance
saucy
that-
against the meta. Sheesh.
Yeah, this is gonna be a really cool deck. I think it's gonna be disruptive. Like, I loved this deck until I saw Nemesis, and I still love this deck is still cool and everything. But the concept behind Nemesis is, I can just imagine the card art, bro. So basically, what Zane did, he was like, okay, you go through and you read like, okay, Aya Uche, Nemesis of Order.
Yeah, they're supposed to be working.
Wait,
on
could you read the prompt? I guess.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
sorry. A subset that fights using AoE abilities. They don't target cards, but they influence the entire zone of a given place at once, right? They just spread. Think of it like a plague or a sickness or a disease spreading. Oh, I love this subset, bro. Yeah, so there's no distinction for like friendly fire or anything. It's just like, hey, all the cards in this location die. No, that's not what it does, but you get what I'm trying to say. So they've got cool effects, like, for example, Ring of Fire, choose a checkpoint at wave start. This turn, every card that moves to or from that checkpoint becomes ignited, friendly or not, right? You just ignite every card that passes through the checkpoint this turn. And then Sphere of Light, its other effect says, choose a checkpoint at wave start. This turn, cleanse every card that moves to or from that checkpoint. So it's just like, okay, you decide, stop, go, sort of thing. It's just really cool in terms of the application. This was one of my favorite effects. Another one of my favorite effects was, where is it?
the combination of the first one and the one that needs reduced defense.
What was his name? Is that
Yeah.
Dariard?
No, Uwer and the first one card, I think.
Uyir. Yes, okay, yes, I really liked Uyir. Right, so this card says if this card's defense is lower than its original defense, you can activate this effect. All cards in proximity with this card gain 50 attack. Now, this is an attacking card, it's an assault type, so it's like, okay, when would it lose defense? But remember, this deck fights using AoE effects, so if there's an effect that says all cards in the zone lose so much defense, Uyir would lose defense as well, which then would allow it to boost its own attack by boosting the attack of cards in proximity with its cards. Technically, it boosts the other cards rather than itself because it's cards in proximity with this card, but I still really like the concept because it boosts your other attackers. And then this card says, if this card's attack is lower than its original attack, all cards in proximity gain 100 defense, which basically is just to say it's versatile. You can use it for attacking or defending, like another card we know. And what's so cool about all of these cards is that what Zane did is he took cards from major subsets throughout the game and reversed them, right? These are all incarnations of other cards. This card being able to be used as an attacker or a defender is Ryu. Uyir, Ryu backwards. Ryu the Strolling Nemesis, but Uyir the Strolling Nemesis. You've got Sinmo, which is Omnis, backwards. You've got Nidra, which is Hadrian, backwards, right? Hadrian from the Gladiator subset. Shuaye, the Lord of Order, but backwards, so it's Aya Uche. Like, it's the names being flipped was crazy to me, bro. And then the way that the effects actually get applied and synergize with each other. And what's great about this deck is it has such infinite potential because you can take any deck from any subset and create a Nemesis version of that card, right? The idea being that this card up the top, Nemesis Heart, infects cards from other subsets, and he makes them join him effectively. There's gonna be a whole
He
thing.
creates
more.
deformed copies.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
them.
Right? Like it's just cool. The concept was just so cool.
Yeah, I can see the lore being like plague,
Right?
Or like
exactly.
this nemesis comes down to earth and trying to conquer.
Right? So this is I think just the amount of content that can be made from this deck
Yes,
alone.
and then we have Vault avatars that are combination of the real boss monsters and the Nemesis,
like this guy,
their Nemesis counterpart.
right?
And the thing is, the synergic rating means one of those will be disabled, right? You
Yep.
need to start with it in the deck, so it's not guaranteed to perform that strategy, you need to draw it.
Yep.
Or you need to steal it from your opponent if your opponent is playing one of those subsets. Like-
It's so good. Like it's such a high risk way of going about the game. So the subset does its own thing, and then it's got this whole other realm of strategy it can access. I really like this deck. It reminds me almost of Malefics in a way, right? Where it's like, okay, yeah, you have these other cards in the deck to use. Like, for example, you'd have to play a regular Blue Eyes to get out Blue Eyes Malefic Dragon. It gives me those kinds of vibes, and I love it. I love it. So yeah, this when Zane showed me this, I lost it because it was just so cool in concept. Like, he took what was generally a simple concept. I just threw this prompt together, and he gave me a deck that I can use from quite literally year one for the duration of the game. There's never going to be a point in time where this deck can't be relevant, and because it's non-targeted AoE effects that it does, it will probably always have some degree of meta relevance because non-targeted effects will always be better than targeted effects. It's just, yeah, I love it. So that's that was Zane's secret sauce.
Yeah. Like Sol was like, I told Sol, yeah, I made 30 cards, and he goes, 30? Maybe I overestimated. Not all are fully built yet. I didn't have enough time. We can read for them. Okay. So what we're doing here? Are you telling me the story? No. Read the cards, and I will stop you. And he reads the card. He reads the effects. He thinks effects are cool. Yeah, they combo. Fine. He goes, Rudy, main deck monster. Like read the first continuous monster, the combination monster. I tell them to stop, and then I tell him the story about the heart and the deformed versions, and then I ask him to read all the names backwards.
Bro, that the
And he was losing
presentation.
it
It was the
every time.
presentation. It was the drama, the tension. Bro, it was a good day. That was a good day. That was this Sunday, right? But yeah, so that was this. Like, this deck is going to be, oh my goodness, this deck is going to be expensive to make because this will be the biggest subset in the game, without a doubt. The only subset that could potentially counter, like, rival this in numbers is the evolution subset, and that deck isn't even made.
How would you the deck that I've been working for the past 2 months, the one with gods?
Yeah.
You remember that one?
Yes, I do, to a degree.
I mean, technically it's 9 archetypes, but they all are connected. Right?
They're all connected, but I wouldn't say it's like, I mean, like, under the same exact banner, right? Like, all one subset, like, same name, same synergy rating, everything. But I do get what you mean. All together, those would probably rival this.
Yeah.
But as in, like, one subset on its own.
Every one of these 8 archetypes, their boss monster is not their archetype. It's from the knife archetype.
Right.
So, like, technically
Technically
they
speaking.
all have that one
Technically
archetype.
speaking, right? But yeah, so that's it. That's it. So right now, I think after we finish playtesting, so we'll playtest this Friday, and that might be one of the last playtesting sessions. If we might still just play for fun, but at this point, I think it's fine to start letting more people play because it's no longer like, okay, we need optimal plays. Now it's like, okay, everyone kind of just see. I can even see about maybe getting, once we're sure about the cards, making it available. Well, so there's one thing I need to do. This month I'm sitting down with legal. I've you know how I hire freelancers, so I'm sitting down with legal to just finalize everything for the copyright, for the trademark, everything basically. So once that's done, I think we can make this, like, we can make the TTS thing public, so anyone who wants to playtest, or not even playtest, just try out the 122 cards in the community can do that at their leisure. And then, yeah, when we play, we can just play for fun while shifting focus to, like, okay, creating lore and then creating new decks is going to be the main thing from that point.
Yeah, I mean, we can start doing official time duels and stuff.
Exactly.
Contests.
Yeah, we can try that.
Duels.
Right, time duels. That when we tried it, bro, that was a shambles. That was a mess. So yeah, we can start actually timing the duels. And just going for it. Oh, I was about to do something, but I'm gonna restrict myself. Entity is such a good card. I just remembered that I was going to say again. Should Entity have a cap on how high he can boost, considering the fact that he resets to 150 every turn? Or should we
I
just
mean,
leave
he
it
already
alone?
has a cap.
He has an effective cap of, what's it called?
450,
450.
which
right.
is runes on
the
every single
the number
person.
of runes that can be on the field. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You can also chain to entity. Like every rune you chain, he loses 50 attack.
No, he doesn't. Entity snapshots.
Oh, does he snapshot at the point of activation?
Oh no, I see what you mean. No. You are no. I think how chains would resolve in the. Oh god
Yeah,
damn
if
it.
you start entity and your opponent responds.
Yeah, by the
I
time.
mean, depends how the effect is worded. Like,
Yeah,
is
it would.
Is it gain attack for every rune at activation or at resolution?
It would be at resolution.
Yeah, so like, no problems.
Yeah, he's good. No one's
Because
ever done that before. but yeah.
Because forcing your opponent to use a rune early is also beneficial to you.
True.
Like,
Okay.
I don't see a problem.
Okay.
How will it counts only runes on the field, right?
Yes, only runes on the field.
Okay, what if a rune, let's say, moved? What if a rune became an avatar?
Oh shit. Why would you do that? Why would
Will
you
it count those?
I would
But
say
it would
yes.
be
I
a
would say
rune.
yes.
Would like
Sorry?
would create a rune become a rune would probably create a token.
Hypothetically,
No, I've
speaking.
already created the idea for a subset where the runes become the avatars. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay, yeah. Hypothetically,
Yeah.
What's the difference between that and just a token?
So a
Because it's not a
token,
token.
a token is a token, whereas the rune would hop onto the field and like.
I mean,
they-
I
they-
guess
yeah.
we can have the thing, the same thing as Yu-Gi-Oh with trap cards. Like, this is still counted as a rune, or this is not counted as a rune.
I feel like I would like it to still be counted as a rune. Oh, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
then-
So
yeah.
by default, those cards will still be counted as runes.
Unless it
But
says
if we
otherwise.
need a rune that is not counted as a rune, we'll just add
Okay.
a bracket to it.
Yeah.
That's not a problem, right?
Easy. Just say this card is treated as an avatar now. If anything, that's balanced because okay, if you want to boost out rune's attack, you can't because it's not an avatar. So
Yeah.
all right, cool. We solved.
I
the
guess
problem.
that's the
Almost.
difference because like tokens can
What
be boosted and
about
stuff.
will you count avatars that are placed in the casting zone?
God damn it! No, we wouldn't. No, we wouldn't.
Because then they're fundamentally not runes. The same way
yes.
runes are monsters if they're in the because they're still
Exactly.
runes.
Exactly. yeah.
Avatars are not.
Unless it
runes.
says it's a rune, it's still a monster.
So
Why are you trying to
technically-
hurt me?
Tether archetype hard counters this.
Yes, it does because their counter zone, their casting zone is filled with non-runes. So the most homie will ever be boosted by is 150. So yes, I agree. But that's fine. That's good. Add counterplay, right?
Odd counter is a strong word, but okay.
I don't know. No, but because I would say it does counter you quite significantly because, for example, you can't really pace out your rune management. Like when I play Forest Guard, I play it with the knowledge that there's a good chance my opponent activates at least one rune over the course of the turn. So it's like, okay, I can maybe manage my resources a bit better. But with the deck that's just using the tether mechanic, Solenis is never going to get he's never going to get counters off of that. So you have to manually generate every single counter, which again isn't that hard. So I don't think it's necessarily a hard counter, but it is something to consider. It does make it harder to play, I would say. But yeah, no, so that's absolutely fine. So I think we playtest Friday. Neo, are you comfortable playing Wyverns or should I play Wyverns?
I mean, you're probably gonna be better at playing Ancient Melodies, so I'll play Wyvern.
Alright, cool. So you play Wyverns.
Unless you wanna swap or something.
I mean, the best way to play Wyverns is with Ancient Beast anyway, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. No, I'll play Ancient Melody. You go Wyverns, and we'll see the balance. Because again, we never actually saw Omnis come out, but I'm relatively confident that he is balanced. I hope. And if he proves to be balanced, then I think everything's good, and we move on for the time.
Have you
being.
updated the Wyvern in TTS?
What change did we make to Wyverns?
I think you like changed like the ice guy and like
No, I
the
don't.
fire guy or something.
I think maybe some wording changes at most.
But you made him like his defense not go 0.
Oh,
anymore or
right.
something.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Yeah, isolated rank 1 and 2 avatar on the field. This effect can only be used once while this card is on the field. Yeah, I updated them. So that is a little buff that they got.
Is that the same for the Ventus guy or?
Yeah, it's the same for both of them. So they can only do it once while on the field, but they get to keep their stats because they don't have that big of stats anyway. So yeah. I think that actually makes some pretty solid contenders. I didn't even factor them in when we were doing the tier list. I feel like they would either be like maybe high rogue or in that tier 3 range, tier 2, tier 3 range. Because like getting that return to sender and that isolate could be big for you when you're playing Ancient Beast. Yo, imagine playing defensive Ancient Beast with them instead. Oh god.
Yes.
I mean, that's gonna be the plan. So guess we'll find out.
Oh boy. Well, oh yeah, and I guess we'll see what happens when 2 defensive decks run into each other. Because yeah, you don't get the fortification anymore, but in return for that, you get, well, Wyverns. Hold on, it might actually be better. Thinking about it, it might actually be better. Because you can isolate, shuffle, so you, oh no. Oh no, wait, hold on. The thing that made this deck broken still exists, just in that specific format. No, it does. Yes, it does. So turn
What
one.
do you mean, bro? What combo?
So basically, how you would play the Ancient Melody deck before is when you could just use the Isolate rune to target a card on the field and isolate it. You isolate your opponent's strongest attacking card turn 1 and ignite whatever else they have. Chances are they're not getting over your 200 attack wall, right? Then, turn 2, you bring in another Ancient Beast card in the counter zone, so you got 400 attack in the counter zone, and your opponent would have to do their first swing into that 400 attack. You could then fortify one of those 2 cards at that 400 wall. So basically, no matter what, your opponent's their first attacker would be forced to swing, meaning that you're getting a token off of that first attacker, which is their strongest card on the field. They slam into your wall, and then you get a token to generate with that, and on the side, you're still doing all that Aria buildup, getting the fortification, so on and so forth. So isolating turn 1 actually gives you the potential to snowball with the deck. That's what made it right now it feels fine, but that's what made it feel unfair, was the fact that the very first time your opponent gets to swing, they're forced to effectively swing into a 600 attack wall, and give you a token in the process. Right? So that play still works with the Wyverns. The only difference is you're not doing the Aria setup, so you don't get to get fortified, but Wyverns are a competent deck on their own, which not only have the ability to isolate, but also have the pushback ability. Yo, they have the pushback ability to stall even more, so even if you manage to break through, they can just push you back and force you to go through the counter zone again. Hold on. Why?
Oh yeah.
Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of this? Oh God! Wait.
You get the draw.
That even counters.
It's a bit more consistent.
That even counters the wandering play where Tuition leaps over the counter zone because you can just push him back and force him to go through it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm not going to nerf that. I'm not going to because I don't see how I nerf that without really messing with either of those 2 decks. So
I mean, technically, if Wandering is so abusable defensively, as long as there exists a card that can isolate easily, we need to fix Wandering, in my opinion.
what do you mean by abusable defensively? Do you mean like Tuition getting over the counter zone?
Sorry, not Wandering.
Ancient Beast, I
Yeah,
guess.
Beast.
Right, Beast. I don't want to nerf Beast because the only thing I could think to do to them is to give them an attack cut. I feel like that's the only way to keep their playstyle intact is to give them an attack cut, and I would really hate to do that because that means taking them all down by 50 attack, and I would hate that. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to live.
I
in
don't
that
think
world.
reducing attack is a good solution.
Sorry.
Like, if you're saying you're creating 400, 600 wall
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
in your counter zone.
And if they're fortified, then it doubles whatever stats, basically.
Yeah. So I think we should look into that.
Damn it.
Where's the
Damn it. But again, it doesn't work unless you are able to isolate turn 1. Oh, I don't want this.
yeah? So you're saying to me that every time we create an avatar that can isolate, we need to double check if it does not break wandering again.
No,
Yeah, I
you're
feel
right,
like
you're right.
I feel like
Not one.
the underlying issue is
Ancient Beast, it
not
is, it is.
isolate as a
As a
status
mechanic.
condition.
But bro, if we nerf Ancient Beasts, they're gonna be ass. Come on, 150? What are you doing?
No, not attack reduction. Attack reduction makes no sense.
Okay, so
What
what
would you do then?
suggest?
Exactly, that's a good question. Zane. Answer this one.
Oh, Virus, hi. How you doing, friend?
I
Sorry, I
didn't
was so
check out
focused.
it, no.
Sorry, go ahead. Zane, what were you gonna say?
I'm looking through those cards currently.
Right? I think Neo had an idea which was to remove the rune that fortifies, but if I'm honest, that
Yeah.
rune feels balanced because you have to give up one card for the fortification. It's not as free as most other effects, right?
My
Right.
idea was to make you send a fresh card. So the card that is not free, but the card you send has to be like fresh.
See, the problem with that is that still doesn't fix the current problem because if you do this turn 1, you can still build up your 600 wall even if the rune worked like that.
Okay, what if the ally? Fuck, I scroll. Where Ancient Beast? Wait. Ancient Beast. Yeah, the ally of the Ancient.
Yeah.
What if you make it work only if you declared an attack, so it doesn't work for counter zone?
What? What?
I mean, that would solve the problem.
What? What?
Sounds
Well,
like,
like-
we found the solution, Zane.
Like, let's say split it. Like, okay, let's give them one.
No,
or
I
two
agree with
cards.
you, Zane. I feel like we
Yeah,
found
yeah,
the
yeah,
solution.
No, but
Yeah,
I
okay.
feel like that kills the defensive version of the deck.
Okay, so let's split it and give them only one card or two cards that can work defensively like that. Like, give them two that can, when this card destroys by battle, summon. But the rest will have when this card destroys an avatar that it attacks.
It attacks and is a
So-
the one is that we can go versatility.
So 2 will say battle and
The
2 will
is-
say attacks.
Like, you don't stack up on stuff. You stack up only a bit.
I would say it doesn't make sense for 2 to be like completely versatile and 2 to be non-versatile. I say like
I
they
feel
should
like-
be like split into is attacked and attacks.
What do you mean? I mean, your split kills more.
Yeah, I
versatility
feel like
than
I
my
feel
split.
like I feel like if I'm honest, I like Zane's split better, but I still don't. The whole ethos of the deck is versatility. I don't like the idea of changing it.
mean,
Although I do
well,
agree with what you're saying.
I don't see versatility when meta is play 4 in the counter zone elo.
But there's
That is
ways-
true.
there's-
Yeah,
there's-
you go first, so.
I would say so. My counter to that is from what we've seen. If you play all 4 in the counter zone, unless your opponent was being ridiculously aggressive, you're probably wasting. So like we had that first game that we played where I had like 400 stats in counter that were just useless because you weren't attacking anymore, right? I had to switch to offense. So being able to switch mid battle is part of the appeal of the deck.
So yeah, so the difference when we make it is attacked and attacks, it makes it when you switch like more fair because you might not draw the cards you need. So
I really do feel though, like for example, especially because so with the Ancient Melody version of the deck, you can only play 2 Ancient Beasts and everything else is random.
So make it instead of like this tier 1 super consistent deck to tier 2. Sometimes you get what you need, sometimes you don't. Because remember, you're saying how like Reapers, like, oh, if everything goes right, yeah, you're cooking. But if something doesn't go your way and your defense gets cracked, you're not cooking anymore.
So you think this deck is too consistent?
Maybe that's what we should be looking at. How do you make the deck so things have to go your way for it to be the best deck in the game, not by default it being the best deck in the game?
I think there's solid logic in what you're saying, to be fair. This deck sort of does what it does independent of your opponent's strategy. And it's only if your opponent has the strategy to overcome that we then are in a situation where it's like, okay, I now have to like adapt to you, sort of.
Isolating my attacker.
Sorry?
Defense.
He's just going through the lines in his head. He's basically talking to himself.
And I'm going to swing into it. And the issue is if you can provide fortification for your cards from just a random secondary subs. Wait, why are Ancient Beasts synergy rating 4?
Just because they were made to be able to mix in with other decks. They're sort of like the beginner's deck, basically. Like, okay, hey, you learn Ancient Beasts and then you play them with a bunch of other things to help you learn the game.
Yeah. Splashability issue.
Yeah, because that's why I'm hesitant.
You created one of the most consistent strategies as a splashable engine.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to is the thing. Because, yeah, like, that's part of why the reason I'm hesitant to nerf Ancient Beast is because it's a beginner's deck, and I don't want... I'm scared to touch it too much, but I do hear what you guys are saying, and it
But
does
yeah,
make
the
sense.
beginner deck it's like Blue Eyes White Dragon being like the best deck in the game.
Blue
like,
Eyes is tier 1 sometimes!
And when it's tier 1, no one is playing anything but Blue Eyes.
I feel like you can play other things and be okay, especially with the nerfs we've given them. But again, this Wyvern version is gonna be a different
being
beast.
okay and it being the most consistent option is pretty much pretty different. I say inconsistency is literally the flavor we should be striving for.
Literally, no matter which one I draw. Oh, no, one is a super type with 200 defense. Okay.
But generally speaking, you start with Nadia in hand. She's the only one with the defense value.
Why would you need to do so? You can use your Wyverns and start with 2 attackers. And yeah, if somebody plays Tertian, you just bounces him back.
Oh, I'm thinking about specifically the defensive version, of Ancient Beasts, right? If you were to play offense, I haven't thought about how you would go about that. But if I'm playing,
I mean with your plan and play, I can just start with 2 Assault types in hand and 3 Wyverns and play.
No, I don't think I would do that because it's not as safe. Like if my aim is to play safe,
I'm isolating the attacker. The only situation that this don't work is...
Oh, you mean in the counter zone? Sorry, I'm being silly. You said assault types, but you meant you played the assault types in the counter zone. Yes, that makes a degree of sense. But you can only play 1 card in the assault zone in the counter zone per turn. So
yeah, but I'm playing Ancient Beast in the counter. and playing 2 Wyverns on turn 1. And on turn 2, I'm playing another Wyvern and another Ancient Beast in the counter, and maybe I choose something else.
I see it.
I don't need defense when I isolate your attacker and play a counter and then play another.
I feel like the Ancient Beast version is more broken, where I could go 2 Ancient Beasts turn 1, Nadia and an Assault and an attacking Ancient Beast in the counter zone. I can send Nadia to the graveyard to fortify that one, and then play 1 Wyvern card to isolate my opponent's attacker, and I can just use the Ignite rune to prevent them from getting through. Then turn 2, play the 3rd Ancient Beast in my hand, the second one in the counter zone, and the other Wyvern I have plus whatever I top decked. Now there's 600 stats in my counter zone, and I've got 2 I've got 2 Wyverns on the field, guaranteed. Right?
Why would you send Nadia to fortify?
Because Nadia is there in case the strategy fails. In case they get through, you've got Nadia. But if you set up properly, you no longer need Nadia because they're not getting through. So you can then send her to grave to fortify your counter zone. That's how I play it anyway.
Because saying you want the card to survive the battle, so you can start generating like tokens. Because the tokens are what's gonna be like pressing your opponent.
Right.
Yes.
You basically defend and like gain life with like your other cards, and if your opponent ever fumbles the bag and gets you a single token, you're just clapping them.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
I understand the strategy.
That's what was oppressive about the deck. If they don't manage to get tokens, it becomes a semi-balanced match.
Yeah, like I think the version
as soon as get token is off.
Yeah, they sort of just run off with the game from turn 4 onwards, if I'm being honest. That's the Ancient Melody version, with Wyverns being able to help them isolate turn 1 to guarantee that setup. I do agree something needs to change. I would rather.
I just realized it's actually hilarious because you can like bounce him back like the big guy, and since if there's someone like small guys in the assault zone, like small as in like less than 200, then you can literally like force them to attack with the small guy.
Yeah, you could force them to let you generate a token. So here's what I'm gonna suggest. I hear you and I get what you mean about like, okay, don't let them generate tokens when they're playing on the defensive. I would rather take away their fortification, right? I think I would concede that the fortification helps them to set up that iron wall. Because again, if you can't fortify an Ancient Beast card, your opponent just swings over it, destroys it, and you're good to go. Yes, they might get a token off of the second card, but at the very least... Oh, yes?
What gives you fortification?
The rune. The rune is what gives you fortification. You send an Ancient Beast card to the graveyard, another Ancient Beast card you control gets fortified. And I think that's sort of what helps to get... Sorry?
I mean, on the other hand, that's a fair trade.
That's what I've been saying, and I hate this. I feel like that rune is so balanced. I thought about it for so long. I don't want to get rid of it, you guys.
I mean...
So it's just like, I would rather get rid of this fair rune instead of getting rid of the token generation, which is what steals the game. You usually just said that to us.
Realistically speaking, there are 2 issues about this. One, it's too consistent compared to other decks that are set up on release. 2, it's not fun to play against. It's not fun to play against a style deck, right?
I would say it's not fun to be clowned at when your opponent's clowning you with runes. It's like, I die and I'm attacking myself.
Because in the future, this strategy will have a lot of countermeasures. Like
a lot is a strong word. I'll say more is more appropriate. I'll say
you can cleanse your isolation in certain setups.
True, actually, like when cleanse becomes more prominent, yeah.
You can, like, for exactly cages, you can tribute that rank 2 in the counter zone and you won't get a token of it.
True.
Yeah. Like.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that there'll be more. I would say like it will just be. It will never be a point where it's just like free. This matchup goes from like tier 1 to tier like -55.
Well, yeah,
it will never be free.
I don't think it'll ever be like bad, but like even now, like for example, when
Let's
you
leave it. Let's leave it because
Yeah, I feel like
yeah,
it's
you
just
sound,
theoretically.
you sound like this is so oppressive. I'm worried about consistency, but I can see if I know I'm playing against that, or I expect that because it's meta. I can see myself not playing Assault on turn 1 to see what I'm playing against. Preparing Ignite Rune to burn through your counter zone before
that makes
you
sense.
can like boof it, right?
That makes
I mean,
sense.
they have runes to like reinstate their attacks.
They can, but they can only do that
The
once.
the longer you let them chills, like the Arias are gonna keep cooking up stats.
True, the Arias
So-
will be building in the background. But what I will say to that is, I don't know. I feel like there is some sauce somewhere in this. Like, for example, if I were to go about this in a way to like, if I thought about some hell,
What's the strategy cost? Like you're playing 4 rank 2s as Ancient Beast, right?
yes.
Are you playing all 5 or not?
Sorry, I play all 5 ancient beasts, all 3 Arias, and then I play Golgotha to boost up my ancient beasts, and I play.
Okay, so Ancient Beasts are 400, right? And then where is the what are the ranks of?
Right, the cost, right. So in total you spend, if everything goes correctly with the deck, you're left with 300 life points.
700. I mean 3 Arias plus 4 Ancient Beasts is 700.
Mm-hmm. I did the math once. If I, without having to resummon anything twice, sometimes you have to resummon a card twice. You're generally left with 300 life points as your stat total.
So there's 200 for the other 2 cards that you play.
Exactly. Yeah, the 200 comes from Golgotha boosting, and then Vesper, and then Maxim Opus coming out. But then Maxim Opus is able to help you generate. She usually gets anywhere between like 150 and 200 life back, so you tend to end on like 400 to 500.
Anyway, for the basic strategy it's 700. So
Yeah.
how much defense can I put up in 700? That's another archetype. I'm not playing Assault turn 1. I'm seeing you doing degenerate strategy. I'm also gonna do degenerate strategy. But cheaper, so you will lose.
Okay. I
Your
mean,
cost.
I guess
That's my idea.
I guess
That's the counter so proposed. Like, if you see your opponent being degenerate, you should also be degenerate
you
and
should just
try
sort of
to
stop playing offensively.
So yeah, so I disagree with that mindset of just like, oh, my opponent's playing meta. Let me stop playing the game so I have a chance.
Well, not stop. I didn't say stop playing the game. You just change your strategy, right?
It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's like you know, you can still play offensively if you're not against that, or he doesn't pull a strategy, or maybe he delays the strategy to bait you to play offensively.
Exactly.
And he starts the strategy on round 2.
And not to mention, we haven't factored in cards like Assault Thief. We haven't counted in We haven't factored in cards like the Swamp Dweller subset that can just reduce their attack. We haven't factored in cards like the Gladiators who can just destroy them before the battle takes place, right?
Ignoring fortification.
Sorry, so I couldn't hear that. Say again.
Ignore fortification. Gladiators can ignore your fortification.
Oh yeah, because the destruction effect doesn't care. Fortification doesn't protect you from destruction via card effects, only via battle. So they can get through that. Which actually I'm surprised I didn't think about sooner. Yeah, they can. Gladiators don't care as much about this strategy. They're not bothered by fortification. But again, I feel like they're an outlier. I wouldn't say that because they can do that, it's balanced. I think Wandering is very adaptable. Wandering can adapt on the fly and start being defensive instead of offensive. Not to mention, they can probably get through your defenses like we've seen. Tuertion hops over through your counter zone. Then Ryu switches with Tuertion. And they're able to start sort of chipping away at you. By getting past your counter altogether. So there is counterplay that exists, right? I I would just say, yeah, it do be kind of tough. It do be kind of tough, right? Maybe we leave it for now. Maybe we leave it for now. If I were to change anything, I do think I agree with you guys. Make it so that they can only generate tokens when they destroy. And if I'm honest, if I'm changing it, I would rather change it so that all of them do the same thing, so they all only do it when they destroy something. I know that's a bigger nerf, but the aim with this deck isn't just to make it like viable, it's also to make it easy for new players to get their head around, which is why they all have the same effect in the first place, so I'd rather keep it all the same. Which really hurts the defensive strategy, but if they get to keep their fortification rune, it doesn't kill it, because a 600 wall is still pretty tough to get through. It just makes it a lot less dangerous to swing into that.
I would say we should establish that pretty early on, because I remember you saying how like changing effects is gonna be harder.
It is.
So I would say
it is.
Maybe we should settle on that and see if maybe it's too weak. Maybe.
I think you should test them as they are currently.
Yeah,
And
I
then
want to.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I think.
eventually test them with the change if they're not too weak with the change.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, we've already nerfed how much attack Arias give them.
Did we?
Yeah, when it's been brought down from 150 to 100. So the deck has.
Oh, I remember us like talking about. I don't know if we.
Oh no, I've
finalized it.
No, I've put it in the notes, so I'm gonna make the changes over the course of the week. So that's, I think, something that makes sense overall. So that means in total, Arias give you 50, 50. They give you 150 less overall over the course of the game, because each Aria will also have 50 less attack and defense as a result of that. But I think that's worth it because of what happens at the end of the process, where you get like a 350 ancient beast that's fortified, which can go up to 450 with Golgoth. And no, I think that'll be fine. But yeah, ancient beast with these guys, I think is what's gonna be the problem. I don't think Ancient Melody is the problem anymore. I think it's Ancient Wyverns. I think this is the real.
Yeah, I'm glad Zane is here, because Zane is here to back me up in shooting ancient beasts.
Right? I think because ancient
last week, so was coping. Zane, like, I
agreed it was the strongest deck. I just didn't want to nerf it yet, because again, we'd only played a few games with it, right? We've played with it more now.
My initial thought was you were complaining about it, so it's strong. So it's saying that this was a strategy, so it must be strong. And then I started thinking, how would I counter it? Like, I can just not play. I have cleanses. I have ignites. I can, if I don't play an attacker in my zone turn 1, I can prepare proper boost, so I can swing you for 600 in one turn if necessary. Right?
Honestly speaking, if we had to, we could add the cleanse rune to the starting build. The rune that targets a card on the field and cleanses it. I don't think that card is broken. It just adds counterplay.
Yeah, I'll say like that card is fine.
Right? If your opponent fortifies themselves, cleanse it. Just cleanse it. Just say screw you to their strategy.
It's probably like better than that diversion rune.
If you set it at the wrong time. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
You assume your opponent will fortify, and they do not.
Exactly.
Your rule is kind of dead.
Exactly. That's the trade-off. I think that makes it like a skill thing of knowing when to use what, so on and so forth. So maybe we consider hold on.
I would say reduce by 50 and add the cleanse rune in pro instead of like the diversion rune, and we'll see how it's cooking.
I'm rather than taking one out, I would just add the cleanse rune on top of what we've currently got. I can just let the dev know that we're adding one card to the overall thing. That probably shouldn't break.
I thought you said like, I meticulously calculated rates for every single card.
Oh damn it! No, I can't change it.
Would
why would you remind me about that? Yeah, no, okay, we have to.
So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Swap it for the diversion rune.
Do you have the isolation rune in the main build?
Yes, it is. It is in the.
So maybe swap the isolation one for the cleanse one.
Why? Think?
You can
Rune doing Neptune.
I mean, if we get rid of the isolation rune, how many things are there to cleanse?
fortification, igniting rune, like wyverns.
Fair enough. No,
Ignite applies like an instant 50 loss, so you just
Yeah, but
cleansing off 100.
Yeah, but if I chain cleansing rune to igniting rune, I will.
Yeah,
cleanse
you
before
wouldn't.
able
Yeah,
to
you
ignite
wouldn't
if
lose
you
the
want
attack
to
anymore.
ignite.
You would
Why
be
would you
cleansed.
not?
You can't.
Because you can ignite me because I'm cleansed.
Exactly. Cleanse doesn't. Let
Oh,
you
you
get affected
can't
by
be.
other
Oh yeah,
effects.
you cleanse oil for the rest of the turn. Yeah,
Exactly.
I forgot the lingering cleanse effect.
Yeah.
Mm,
I would say, yeah, there's runes that do next to nothing, like, and the isolation rune is perfectly balanced. So why get rid of a good rune that's balanced when there's runes that don't do anything? Like, basically, pack pillar.
So, another idea: we can add cleansing rune as a gift reward for like 1 million downloads or something.
I love that idea, to be honest. Oh! Then I don't have to do the rates. Yes.
and you don't have
Yes.
to do it.
Yes.
Everybody will get this one.
Yes. So it can just be a free thing that everyone gets. Okay, yeah, we'll add cleanse on top of it. That's oh, Zane, you're a genius. That's perfect. That's
I know
perfect.
I'm a genius.
That's perfect. Okay, yeah, perfect. So we add cleanse.
So we
nothing has
have
to
like
get taken out.
1 week of like ancient melodies meta destruction, and then next week we're like, hey guys,
Yes.
thank you for playing the game.
Here's a cleanse.
Here's the
rune.
counter.
Yeah.
Here's the counter.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. So everyone will have the cleanse rune. Don't make it
And
something
then-
people have to pay for, because it's gonna be a very important rune. So yeah.
Reddit will love this. They will bitch on lack of counterplay, and then everybody will get a cleansing rune as a gift. And the Reddit will be praising them.
That's a perfect strategy. That's a perfect strategy.
They'll be
So,
like,
yeah.
wow, this game really listens to the player base.
So yeah, that's what we'll do. So we'll add the cleanse rune. I think that's if we add the cleanse rune, honestly, I don't know that we need to remove that we need to nerf this strategy at all, because now the thing that lets them set up in a really like oppressive way can be countered, but it's
Yeah.
a skill issue, right? If you don't,
I would
if
say
you don't beat
we
it,
should
it's
test. We
Yeah,
should test the
let's
cleanse
test it.
rune probably.
okay. I mean, fair enough, I suppose, because
We'll make sure that it's effective, so when we gift the players, it actually does something.
I don't see
Instead
a
of
world.
just
No, but see, like realistically speaking, I don't see a world in which it doesn't. Like my opponent sacrifices a card, sends a card to the graveyard to fortify a card, and then I just go, "Hey, no," and so they just lost.
Fuck you, bro.
They just lost 2 cards for nothing. Come on, that card advantage that you would gain off of that in preventing the setup, the snowball.
I was more thinking about cleansing later.
I mean, that too is also very valid, right? My opponent tries to isolate me to prevent me from messing up their setup, and I'm just like, hey, no, right? There's tons of things you could say no to. It's great.
are you gonna play in case
Sorry?
you face Wyvern Ancient Beast, or you face Melody Ancient Beast?
Yes,
Yeah, why not?
I would. if that's the meta, you play to counter the meta.
Technically, you can even do that just to counter enemy Ignite Rune, because why wouldn't you play Ignite Rune on turn 1?
Literally, there's tons of versatility to that, right? I feel like it's a good turn 1 play, just generally speaking.
I mean,
It's
at this
okay.
turn, I literally like while playing Forest Guard, I literally set down Ignite, Isolate, and like
Exactly.
I was just cooking with the runes turn 1, and then I was like, next turn we'll
Right.
start doing actual
Right.
stuff.
Right, the play that we talked about where you could encore the ignite, right, where you ignite 2 cards. I can cleanse one of them, right? I think
Yeah.
adding the cleanse rune, genuinely speaking, adds a whole new level of balance to the game, where you have to be skillful about how you use it, yes, or you can just set it turn 1, hope that it works out. If it doesn't, cool, you're playing with 9 cards in your hand instead of 10. that's
Exactly.
a trade-off. But again,
That's
if
the
that
skill issue.
happens, because if that happens, then the strategy where you set up turn 1 with Ancient Beasts, that means you're not playing against that deck, so you didn't need it anyway. So, skill issue. I
Exactly.
genuinely think that fixes the problem. If it doesn't, then yeah, sure.
We have
maybe
we
you take
have
away
the nuke in the back.
Exactly. The nuke will be taking away their ability to create tokens on the defensive if that happens. If it doesn't happen, then we're chilling. And I think Ancient Beasts are low rarity anyway, so people aren't going to spend crazy money on Ancient Beasts, I hope. I don't think. Maybe only Leonidas is high rarity because he bounces, and that will still be the case, so he can stay high rarity and they can stay offensive. But yeah, so if it becomes necessary, that's what we'll do. For now, let him cook. All right. So I'm just gonna write down in the notes. I was about to go to bed. I'm glad that we kept on going because that was a great idea. So add in the notes, add the cleanse rune to the starting build. Okay, and we'll save the nuke in the back for later. Oh, boys, it has been good. It's been a real one. We're gonna be done with testing by the end of this month at the latest, I would guess.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, and that's about it. So I'm gonna hop off and get to bed so I don't make it late to work tomorrow. And I hope you guys have a good night. Thanks for the help, you guys.
That's cool,
You're
bro. Don't
welcome.
worry about it.
All right, later. All right, and to anyone still watching, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the time. I'm going to bed. And have a good evening. Yo, gear.